Chapter 630. On the other side, Fengjiu found out that Guan Shilin hadn't been to the black market yet after asking around, so he left a message informing her of his current residence and the inn he was staying at. He then walked back to the arena and sat down in the first row to continue watching the matches. After Fengjiu left, an old man stroked his beard and walked out from the shadows. He stared thoughtfully in the direction where Fengjiu had left. The middle-aged manager glanced at the message Fengjiu left behind and casually put it aside, not taking it to heart. However, when he caught a glimpse of the elder of the black market silently appearing behind him from the corner of his eye, he was so frightened that his expression changed. He hurriedly walked over and bowed respectfully. "Elder, why are you here? Do you have any orders for me?" The elder glanced at the manager and asked, "What did the young man in red say to you?" Hearing this, the manager hurriedly replied, "The young man came here to inquire about a man named Guan Shilin. He said that he had gone out with our black market's mercenary corps to gain experience. He asked if anyone had come here to inquire about him. I didn't hear anything about him, so I told him no." The young man then left an address and said that if Guan Shilin came to ask about him, he was to tell him the inn he was staying at. As he spoke, he hurriedly handed the address he had casually put aside to the elder with both hands. The elder took it and glanced at it, asking, "Does our black market have any mercenary corps out on missions?" "We don't have any here. It's probably a mercenary corps from another city." As the manager spoke, he saw the elder's thoughtful expression and asked, "Elder, is there anything wrong with the young man? Do you need me to send someone to keep an eye on him?" Hearing this, the old man glanced at him and said, "Don't make any arrangements. Pretend that nothing happened. Just do what he asked you to do." The old man handed the address back to the steward and walked to the back with his hands clasped behind his back. Seeing this, the manager was slightly surprised. The elder had asked him to do what he asked of the young man. It was obvious that the young man's background was not ordinary. Perhaps he was a disciple of a big family. However, with the power of the black market, they would never show any respect to the disciples of other families. So who was that young man? Although he was curious, he knew that since the elder did not say anything, it was not his place to ask. Therefore, he wrote down the address and told his subordinates to pay attention to whether anyone named Guan Shilin would come over in the next 2 days. As for the elder, he seemed to be lost in thought along the way. He seemed to have seen that youth somewhere before, but he couldn't remember where. In the front row of the arena, Xiao Yihan looked at the youth who had been quietly watching the battle on the stage. He smiled and said, "Little brother, have you never seen such a battle before? In fact, these are all professional fighters. The black market also has a rule that they will not harm their lives. Even if they are injured, the black market will also provide treatment." Hearing this, Fengjiu was slightly surprised. When he glanced at him, he knew why he said this. He couldn't help but smile. "Yes, I know. This is the reality of the world. Even if some people don't care, they will still be divided into 3, 6, and 9 classes." He was stunned for a moment, then smiled. "That's right. This is the rule of the world. Only strength can speak. The strong survive. The birth of a strong person is not only an individual's glory, but also his family. It will make his family strong, and no one will dare to bully him." Chapter 631. Hearing this, Fengjiu joked, "The 10 heavenly prides? They are all influential figures in the academy. If I really enter the Academy of Stars and Clouds, Brother Xiao will really have to protect me." "Ha ha, well said, well said." He patted Fengjiu's shoulder with a look of "I'll take care of everything." After the two of them watched a few battles, Xiao Yihan placed 2 bets and won 1, winning a total of 500 gold coins. He then left with Fengjiu and headed to the inn. For the next 2 days, other than cultivating in the inn, Fengjiu would occasionally come out to eat and chat with Xiao Yihan. She waited in the inn for 2 days, but still did not see her brother. She could not help but worry. On the morning of the 3rd day, she came out early to ask the innkeeper, but there was still no news. This made her a little worried. Could it be that something happened while he was out on a mission with the mercenaries? Xiao Yihan walked out of his room and came to the first floor of the inn. He saw that the red figure was already sitting there and eating. He could not help but be surprised. "So early? You couldn't have woken up before dawn, right?" Seeing that it was him, Feng Jiu invited him to sit down and asked the waiter to bring up his breakfast. He then said, I just woke up a while ago and thought that I could go to the academy early to take a look. Moreover, it would take about 2 to 4 hours to get there, so I naturally had to wake up early to prepare. Xiao Yihan sat down and smiled. Don't worry. I told someone yesterday that there will be a spirit beast carriage coming to pick us up. We can reach the academy in about 2 hours. He ate the breakfast that the waiter brought up and said, I specialize in spiritual energy, so this report is from the academy. Little brother Feng, I can see that you don't have any spiritual energy on your body, and your cultivation is only at the early stage of martial master. It will be difficult for you to enter the profound academy with this kind of strength. I wonder what you plan to do. Feng Jiu smiled and said, I've checked the College of Stars and Nebula's entrance exam. It doesn't look at one's strength, but rather, one only needs to pass the 3 tests. That's right. This assessment is different. Other than talent, spiritual energy cultivators also have to look at their perseverance and affinity with the 5 elements. As long as they reach the standard, they can generally enter the nebula realm. As for the profound strength assessment, I didn't pay much attention to it, but I heard that other than perseverance, it also looks at speed and martial skills. And that seems to be the case. However, I plan to apply for the alchemy department, she said with a smile. After finishing the porridge in her bowl, she put down her chopsticks. Hearing this, he was slightly surprised. Oh, you want to be an alchemist? Although this is an unpopular path, it's even more difficult. Even the alchemy apprentice test is extremely strict. It's okay. I've done my homework. I'll just do my best. If I can't do it, I'll go home, she said in a half-serious manner. Not bad, as long as you did your best. He nodded and didn't say anything else. After finishing his breakfast, the spirit beast carriage that came to pick them up arrived in front of the inn's door. Feng Jiu brought Old White with him, but he didn't ride him. Instead, he tied him to the back of the spirit beast carriage. He and Xiao Yihan sat in the same carriage and headed toward the College of Stars and Nebula together. Chapter 632. It was the triennial birthday of the Academy of Stars and Clouds. Aristocrats and elites from all over the world gathered in front of the gates of the Academy of Stars and Clouds. All kinds of spirit beast carriages were lined up on both sides. Groups of young people gathered together and chatted. When the gates of the academy opened, the crowd was densely packed with young people dressed in luxurious clothes. When Feng Jiu and Xiao Yihan arrived, there were too many spirit beast carriages in front of them. They couldn't squeeze through, so they had to get off the carriage and walk. As for Lao Bai, he was temporarily guarded by the driver of the spirit beast carriage. When they arrived at the front, they saw that the gates of the Academy of Stars and Clouds were filled with people. The bustle and the dense crowd made Feng Jiu speechless. I didn't think there would be so many people. There are at least a few thousand people here. However, according to the passing rate of the past examinations, only 1 out of 100 people will pass. Therefore, in the end, at most a few hundred people will have the chance to enter the academy and become a student of the Academy of Stars and Clouds. He explained as his gaze fell on the gates of the academy that had yet to open. The gates of the academy will only open at 7 in the morning. At that time, there will be students inside who will arrange the reception. Each registration point and examination point is different. We probably won't meet later. You should be more careful. Don't be nervous during the examination. Just do your best, he explained. Actually, he felt that he wouldn't be able to enter. After all, the alchemy faculty was more difficult than the other faculties. Otherwise, it wouldn't be so unpopular. Yes, I know. She smiled slightly and looked around to see if there was any sign of her brother. The voices of the people around them were mixed together, and it seemed a little chaotic. As they walked towards the front door, the two of them were separated by the people who were rushing forward. Xiao Yihan looked at the red figure who was being pushed further and further away by the crowd. He wanted to pull him back, but in the blink of an eye, he was pushed to an unknown place. Forget it. If he can enter the academy, we'll eventually meet him inside, he muttered. He didn't look for Feng Jiu anymore. Instead, he was pushed by the people behind him toward the front door. As long as they were closer to the front, they would be able to enter the examination first. They wouldn't have to squeeze among the crowd. Therefore, the people who came to take the examination all rushed forward. Especially before the door opened, they rushed to the front. Once the door opened, they would all run to the branch courtyard where they had registered. However, unlike the people who were rushing forward, Fengjiu finally couldn't take it anymore and slipped away. He walked to a nearby tree and exhaled softly. Phew, the academy's gates haven't even opened yet. Even if you're rushing to reincarnate, you don't have to be in such a hurry. As soon as she finished speaking, she inadvertently raised her head to take a glance. However, she was startled and instinctively took a step back. She stared at the white figure sitting on the tree above her head. When she saw that person's face, she could not help but be stunned. What a handsome man. Originally, she shouldn't use the word beautiful to describe a man, but right now, other than the word beautiful, she couldn't find any other words to describe the white-clothed man sitting on the tree. Chapter 633. Xinyuan Mose's face was also as if it was sculpted by the heavens. However, he was handsome and resolute. His body was filled with an innate splendor and the domineering aura of a king, as if he was the ruler of all living things in the 9 heavens. As for the white-clothed man sitting on the tree, his face was even more beautiful than a peerless beauty. She couldn't see any fierce and murderous aura from him. Instead, there was only the temperament of a banished immortal. The aura from his body was so clean that it made people feel ashamed of their own inferiority. The two of them quietly looked at each other. One was sitting on the tree, while the other was standing under the tree. Neither of them spoke, until Fengjiu felt that it was strange for the two of them to look at each other without speaking. That was because the white-clothed man didn't move his eyes away. His expression didn't change as he quietly looked at her. Seeing this, she lightly coughed. Just as she was about to speak, she saw that the white-clothed man had already retracted his gaze and closed his eyes. Obviously, he didn't plan to speak to her. She moved her mouth and was a little startled. After a long while, she embarrassedly rubbed her nose. Hearing the excited voices behind her, she looked back and saw the academy's gate open. Everyone rushed in. In the blink of an eye, there wasn't a single person left in front of the gate that was more lively than the streets. Only the spirit beast carriages waiting for news were still waiting on the left and right. Seeing this, she raised her head and looked at the man sitting on the tree like a banished immortal. Then, she turned around and walked towards the academy. Just as she turned around and headed towards the academy, the white-clothed man on the tree slowly opened his eyes. His calm and serene gaze pierced through the faint leaves and landed on the red figure once again. He quietly watched until the figure disappeared from the entrance of the academy after a long while. When Fengjiu entered the academy and saw the unbelievably huge place, she couldn't help but blink her eyes. Her face was filled with curiosity. It's so big. Is this really just an academy? If I didn't know better, I would have thought it was a city. Inside the academy, there were many old students leading the way. In front of every academy, there was a sign that indicated which academy was nominated for the examination. She only saw 2 long queues on the left and right. She walked to the front to take a look and saw that there were 2 long queues. On the left was the spiritual department, and on the right was the mystical department. Other than these 2 departments, she didn't see the alchemy department or the medicine department. She couldn't help but feel strange. Big brother, may I ask where the alchemy department's assessment area is? She stopped a man wearing a student's uniform and asked, "You're from the Pill Institution?" The man sized up Fengjiu and pointed. "Do you see that? Follow this path for 500 meters. On the left is the alchemy department's examination area, and on the right is the medicine department. Thank you for your guidance." She smiled and cupped her hands in greeting before following the direction the man had pointed. When the man saw the red-clothed youth walk toward the alchemy department, he couldn't help but shake his head and walk away. He muttered, "You want to apply for the alchemy department with that kind of strength? What a fool's dream." At the same time, in a corner of the academy, Vice Academician Elder Guan was walking back and forth. He looked at the dean who was drinking tea and asked, "Do you think that young man named Fengjiu will come?" When the dean heard this, he shook his head and smiled. "Old Guan, you've asked this question no less than 10 times this morning. I'm just worried. He really is a good seedling. I'm just afraid that he won't come. Chapter 634. Elder Guan sighed. Then you don't know that young man. He paused, not knowing how to describe it. If you're worried, you can go to the examination area to take a look. However, I have something more important to tell you today. The dean put down his teacup and smiled at the vice dean. Something more important? Elder Guan looked at him. What is it? Young Master Imo, Chun is here. He said he'll be staying here for a while. As the dean said this, he saw Elder Guan's shocked expression. Really? Elder Guan was excited. He's coming today too? Why haven't I seen him yet? The dean nodded. He should be here in the next 2 days. No, I have to go outside and take a look. As soon as he finished speaking, he walked out without waiting for the dean's reply. At this time, Feng Jiu was standing in the middle of the road between the pill department and the medicine department. Looking at the 2 registration points, she was stunned. Compared to the long queue at the front, there were more than 10 people in the medicine department. There was only one elder in the pill department who was dozing off. She was speechless. Why was there such a big difference? Didn't they say pill refiners were very popular? Didn't they say pill refiners were even more respected? Out of the thousands of students who came to register, she was the only one who came to the pill department. Just as she was thinking about it, she saw a few men walking out from the courtyard behind the old man dejectedly. They looked like they had suffered a huge blow as they walked towards the academy's main gate. Are you here to register for the pill department? The elder saw that the young man in red was standing there for a long time without walking forward. So he asked, "Come here." Feng Jiu came back to her senses and walked forward, bowing, "Greetings, teacher." She didn't care if he was a teacher or not. She wouldn't blame him for being polite. Register your information. The elder pushed the form on the table to her. Feng Jiu took the form and looked at it. Seeing that it was some basic information, she picked up the pen on the table and started writing. Although she had the star medallion and could directly enter the academy without taking the test, she also wanted to know how strict the Star Clouds test was. The old man glanced at the red-clothed young man and casually glanced at the information sheet. When he saw that it was a level 9, his eyes widened and he sat up straight. Are you from a tier 9 country? Yes. She nodded and replied. Hearing this, the old man glared at him and reprimanded. What is it? The 9th tier countries have already submitted the 10 quotas for this year. Where did you come from? Don't you know that there are only 10 applicants for the 9th tier countries? None of the 10 applicants will pass the test. Are you here to waste my time? But I have a recommendation letter. As she spoke, she handed over a recommendation letter. She had gotten it from the black market. With this, even people from tier 9 countries could participate in the assessment. Her brother also had one. When he saw the recommendation letter, the old man looked as if he had swallowed a fly. He was speechless for a long time. He picked up the letter and looked at it again and again. Seeing the name on the letter, he confirmed again, You're Feng Jiu? That's right. She still nodded and looked at him with a pure face. Chapter 635. Hearing that, Feng Jiu looked at him and smiled. She walked in without saying anything. When she arrived inside, she saw 2 alchemists talking. Her gaze swept across the badges on their chests. They were 2nd-level alchemists. Greetings to the 2 instructors. She walked forward and bowed. The 2 of them stopped talking and looked at Feng Jiu at the same time. One of them asked, Have you come into contact with alchemy before? Yes. Have you seen the spiritual medicine ceremony? Yes. How much have you memorized? If not 100%, then at least 90%. Hearing that, the 2 instructors smiled at the same time. They didn't say anything and only said, There's a pen and paper over there. Write down 100 types of 1st-level spiritual medicines and indicate their medicinal properties as well as the things that reinforce and counter each other. Okay, she replied, walking to the table and picking up the brush to write. The 2 of them looked and shook their heads. It wasn't difficult to write down 100 types of 1st-level spiritual medicines, but it wasn't easy to indicate their medicinal properties as well as the things that reinforce and counter each spiritual medicine. This young man didn't say anything else and answered straightforwardly. If he wasn't confident, then he was too ignorant. In their opinion, this young man was only 15 or 16 years old. It was impossible for him to achieve anything in alchemy at this age, memorize the spiritual medicine ceremony, and memorize the things that reinforce and counter each other. Thus, the two of them started chatting. They talked about how the number of students who came to apply for the alchemy department had decreased. Until now, no one had been accepted. They discussed whether they should report to the dean and see if they should lower the admission standards. Fengjiu listened to the two of them talk while writing down the medicinal properties of the 100 types of spiritual medicines and the things that reinforce and counter each other. She had indeed studied the spiritual medicine ceremony. In addition, she was very proficient in medicine and had a good grasp of the medicinal properties of those medicines. Thus, this stage was really nothing to her. After about an hour, she handed a few pages full of paper to the two of them. "I'm done. Please take a look, instructors." The two of them were startled. They glanced at the young man and took a look. Once they took a look, they actually felt that it was a little unbelievable because there was not a single question wrong. This level of accuracy really confirmed what the young man had said earlier. He was familiar with the Spirit Medicine Encyclopedia. If not 100%, he was at least 90% familiar with it. At first, they thought that he was just exaggerating and didn't know what he was talking about. Now that they saw it, they couldn't help but feel excited. They exchanged glances. Good, this is good. Their alchemy department hadn't accepted any new students in the past 3 years. They suddenly had a feeling that this young man would definitely pass the test. At that moment, a smile appeared on both of their faces. From their previous indifference to their current friendliness and gentleness, Fengjiu was stunned. "You're Fengjiu, right? 16 this year? From a 9th-tier country?" Fengjiu nodded and looked at the two of them strangely. "Not bad, not bad. Fengjiu, you're really the most outstanding student we've seen today. Come, come, come. Sit down first and let's talk." The two of them waved and gestured for him to bring over chairs to sit in front of them. Fengjiu blinked and was stunned for a moment. Then he said, "Oh," and brought over chairs to sit in front of the two of them obediently. His pure and obedient appearance made the two instructors extremely excited, and their expressions became even gentler. Chapter 636. "Teacher, are we still taking the exam?" she asked curiously. Why did they ask her to come and chat in the middle of the exam? No rush, no rush. There are not many people here to register for the exam. Let's chat first. The two of them smiled gently at Fengjiu. One of them smiled and asked, "You are familiar with the elixir ceremony. Do you know any similar elixirs?" "Yes, I do," she replied. The other person took out 2 elixirs from his sleeve and placed them on the table. "Then tell me, what are these 2 elixirs called? What's the difference?" Fengjiu looked at the 2 first-level elixirs on the table and said, "The one on the left is a first-level elixir, 9 inverted growth. It is also known as Iron Man chicken. It has a strong stem that is short and upright. The top of the stem is densely covered with red, shining, lanceolate scales." The 2 alchemists looked at each other and nodded. The one on the right is a second-level elixir, red pool grass. Its shape is very similar to 9 inverted growth. However, the difference is that the red pool grass has fine hairs on its stem. It is slightly poisonous and needs to be treated. It can be used as a painkiller. Hearing this, the two of them were overjoyed and praised. "Good, good, good. Not bad, haha." Seeing the two of them so happy, Fengjiu was a little embarrassed. She pretended to be a fool to deceive the old people. She was too embarrassed to meet their happy eyes. However, her embarrassed expression had a different meaning in the eyes of the 2 instructors. They felt that this child was honest. If it were someone else who was praised by them like this, they would definitely be proud of themselves. However, this child looked embarrassed. She was really too honest and well-behaved. All right. There's no need for the exam. We will give you a first-level student. First-level students don't need to pay tuition. You can save a lot of money." The 2 teachers smiled and waved their brushes. On Fengjiu's information sheet, they wrote that she passed and marked her as a first-level student. Fengjiu listened and blinked. She was stunned. "That's it? The tuition is waived?" "Yes, it's done. From today onwards, you are a student of the Alchemy Department of the College of Stars and Clouds. We will also waive your tuition fees. Fengjiu, don't disappoint us. You must bring glory to our Alchemy Academy and let the other academies know that our Alchemy Academy is not a nameless academy. The two of them patted him on the shoulder and looked at him expectantly. Okay. She didn't know why, but when she heard their words and saw their faces full of anticipation, she suddenly had a bad premonition. This alchemy department. What kind of place was it? Why did the two of them become like this? Come, this is your identity jade token. After you drip your blood on it, you can use your identity jade token to walk in and out of the academy. One of the teachers took out an identity jade token and handed it to him. Fengjiu strangely took it and verified his identity under the expectant gazes of the two instructors. In the end, he walked out in a daze under the gazes of the two instructors. Outside, she blinked and stared blankly. A strange expression appeared on her face. That's it. Didn't they say that the alchemy department's examination was very strict? How was it? Did you fail? I told you it was a failure. You didn't believe me. It's already difficult for people from a 6th-ranked country to enter the alchemy department, much less a 9th-ranked country like you. Chapter 637. Since the tutor said that the tuition is free, that means I don't have to pay. That's a huge savings. She tossed the jade tablet in her hand and muttered to herself as she walked past the old man. Her voice was neither loud nor soft, but it was loud enough for the old man to hear clearly. The old man's mouth was wide open as he stared in shock at the red-clothed youth who walked past him. He watched as the youth tossed the jade tablet in his hand and muttered to himself. He felt his heart skip a beat and his vision darkened. That youth really passed the exam? And he was even a first-class student? Even the tuition was waived? Was this real? Suddenly, as if he had thought of something, he quickly ran into the examination courtyard. When he arrived, he saw the two tutors smiling happily. He couldn't help but adjust his emotions and respectfully salute them. Tutors, that red-clothed youth, just now, up before he could finish speaking. The two tutors walked over with smiles and patted him on the shoulder. Elder son, you did really well today. Hearing this, cold sweat appeared on the old man's forehead. He smiled embarrassedly. That's right. It's fortunate that you're the one who's recruiting students today. If it were someone else, perhaps they wouldn't even give Fengjiu a chance after seeing that he's from a 9th grade academy. You don't know this, but this child is good. Not only is his talent outstanding, but he's also obedient and pure. He's a genuine child. When the old man heard this, he raised his sleeve to wipe the sweat off his forehead. He smiled embarrassedly and asked, I think he said something about becoming a first-class student? Is this true? Of course. Our alchemy department hasn't seen such a good seedling in a long time. So what if we give him the tuition of a first-class student? The more I look at that child, the more I like him. You don't know this, but he's actually very familiar with the Spirit Herb Encyclopedia. He even knows about medicinal properties and medicinal effects, as well as things that reinforce and counteract each other. He's not simple. And you've seen Fengjiu. Follow up on him. When we're done with the recruitment today, personally bring him to the alchemy department to take a look and find him a bigger cave residence. Yes. The old man wiped the sweat off his forehead and left the room after replying. When he was outside, he finally let out a sigh of relief. His heart was beating wildly. If the two instructors knew that he had mocked that young man earlier, just thinking about it made him shudder. Immediately, he took out a jade slip and sent a message, calling for another person to take his place while he went to look for the red-clothed youth. At this moment, Fengjiu was the first to leave the academy after the assessment. She held Lao Bai's hand and entered the academy. When they passed by the large tree from before, her footsteps paused for a moment, and she glanced in its direction. The man in white was no longer there. She shook her head. She didn't know why she stopped to take another look. Perhaps it was because the aura around that man was really very clean. Arriving at the entrance of the academy, just as he was about to enter, he was stopped by the guards at the entrance. Students who have come to register for the examination are not allowed to bring their mounts in. Seeing this, Fengjiu took out the jade tablet and waved it in his hand. I passed the test. You can bring it in. When the gatekeeper saw the jade token in his hand, he couldn't help but be slightly surprised. He looked at him strangely before letting him pass. Fengjiu, phew. I've finally found you. The old man who was jogging over panted as he shouted at Fengjiu. Chapter 638. Seeing the youth's cold expression, the old man didn't find it strange. After all, he was the one who looked down on the youth first. Hence, he smiled and said, "I haven't introduced myself yet. Actually, I'm the deacon of the alchemy department. Those who take care of the trivial matters of the alchemy department all call me Deacon Sunday." "Oh, Deacon Sun, why are you looking for me?" She casually replied and stroked old White's head. It's like this. You're already a student of the alchemy department in the School of Stars and Clouds. I want to bring you to the alchemy department to take a look. Furthermore, you're the first student to be admitted into the alchemy department. Now, you can go and choose your cave residence. What do you think? Hearing this, Fengjiu glanced at him and paused for a moment before saying, "Then I'll have to trouble you, Deacon Sunday. It's no trouble at all. This is what I should do." He hurriedly smiled and hesitated for a moment before saying, "That, Fengjiu, if I've offended you in any way, I hope you won't take it to heart." "I won't." She smiled and said. Seeing this, Deacon Sun's worried heart finally relaxed. Only then did he happily lead him to choose a cave residence. However, Fengjiu followed him for almost an hour. The further they walked, the more secluded they got. He couldn't help but ask, "Deacon Sun, isn't the alchemy department in front? Why do we come to such a secluded place?" You're a new student, so you don't know. Our School of Stars and Clouds occupies a huge area. Every department is located at a different location. Apart from gathering the students from each department, we don't usually meet each other. The main gate of the School of Stars and Clouds is also not open very often. It only opens during the big recruitment day that happens once every 3 years. Usually, we use the side gate of each department. As he spoke, he pointed to the mountain in front of them and said, "As long as we go over this mountain, we'll reach the alchemy department." Hearing this, Fengjiu was a little surprised. Even though the College of Stars and Clouds was as big as a main city, it was only when he walked inside that he realized how big it was. Seeing that he still had to climb over the mountain in front of him, he quickened his pace. On the way, Deacon Sun told her that in the entire School of Stars and Clouds, only the students of the alchemy department lived in caves. The students of the other departments lived in courtyards. Because every cave of the students of the alchemy department was equipped with an alchemy room, a bedroom, a bathroom, and storage room. Because of the danger of cauldrons exploding during alchemy, every cave was equipped with an array. This was something that the other courtyards could not compare to. However, there was also a downside, and that was that the Pill Institution had to do everything by themselves. Every student was assigned a spirit field to manage, and the herbs needed to refine pills had to be exchanged with contribution points. Under Deacon Sun's guidance, Fengjiu chose a relatively secluded but larger cave. After walking around the cave, she tied Lao Bai outside the cave and followed Deacon Sun to see the alchemy department where the teacher usually taught alchemy. After familiarizing herself with the place, she asked curiously, "Deacon Sun, we've already walked around many places. Why haven't we seen any other students of the alchemy department?" This was too strange. The alchemy department occupied a large area, but after walking around, she did not see many people. About this. Chapter 639. As Deacon Sun spoke, he took out 2 sets of the alchemy department's green robes and handed them to Fengjiu. The department has a rule that all students must wear the department's uniform. The color of each department's uniform is different. Our alchemy department's uniform is green. Okay, I understand. She took the 2 sets of green robes. Deacon Sun asked her to check the alchemy department's rules in the jade token and gave her some instructions before leaving. After putting the 2 sets of green robes into the space, she entered the cave and took out the jade token. After memorizing the rules, she knew that the new students had to go to the alchemy department the next day to receive a small bag of herb seeds and listen to the teacher's lectures and guidance. She was looking forward to this and immediately tidied up the cave. She felt that this cave was pretty good. It was complete with all kinds of things. She didn't even need to use people to bathe. She just had to press a switch on the wall to have hot water. She took a bath and changed into the alchemy department's green robes. When she wore the green robes, she realized that there was a layer of faint spiritual energy on the robes. It actually had a protective effect. The only bad thing was that the department only provided meals for the teachers. The students had to settle their own meals. This was really not good. Fortunately, there was a small store at the foot of the alchemy department mountain. Some things could be bought. Therefore, she went out to buy some things. She was busy until nighttime and didn't have time to go out and ask if her brother had come. Originally, I thought that after entering the academy, I would have to lower my head and lower my head to see him. Who knew that after entering the academy, he would be separated by a few mountains? Even if I wanted to find out some news, it would be difficult to find him. She lay in the bedroom and sighed. She touched her hungry stomach and thought that there was still food in the space. After filling her stomach, she went to bed early and waited for the new students to gather. When Fengjiu went to sleep in the cave, the vice principal, who had been waiting for an entire day at the alchemy department's examination field, opened his eyes wide and stared at the teacher who handed him the list of new students. How could there be no one? Could it be that you guys eliminated him? But that's impossible. He has a star badge and can enter the academy without taking the examination. Could it be that he didn't come? At the end, he couldn't help but frown as he muttered to himself. The instructor wiped his cold sweat and said, "Vice Academy Head, could it be that the student went to the Profound Academy?" "Vice Academy Head, do you want to go to the Profound Academy and ask?" Hearing this, the Vice Academy Head nodded. That makes sense. Perhaps he ran to the Profound Courtyard. All right, this old man will go take a look. With a flick of his sleeve, he turned around and walked out of the Spiritual Academy. In an instant, he turned into a streak of light and shot towards the mysterious academy. Seeing that he had left, the instructor couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. Just what is the background of that student called Fengjiu? The vice president actually said that he had a star badge in his hand. In the Xian Academy, due to the large number of people who had signed up for the examination, the sky was gradually darkening, and there were still 7 or 8 students who had yet to sign up for the examination. At this moment, the instructor in charge of the examination swept his gaze over those few people, tidied up the information on the registration table, and said, "Today's examination will end here. Those of you who have yet to sign up can come back in 3 years." What? How could this be? We've been waiting since this morning. Chapter 640. Teacher, we came from all over the country. This triennial opportunity is very important to us. It's not completely dark yet. Why don't you let us register for the assessment before we leave? Guan Shilin was dressed in a black robe. His muscles were firm, and his robe was bulging. Due to running outside and being exposed to the sun, his skin had turned into a dark bronze color. He gave off a strong and tough feeling. Seeing that a student who came to register for the assessment dared to block his way, the teacher's face immediately darkened. He coldly glanced at him and impatiently shouted, "Get lost!" The pressure of a martial great master gushed out as he shouted. His voice was like thunder as it forced Guan Shilin to retreat a few meters. The blood qi in Guan Shilin's body also surged due to his shout, which contained the pressure of a martial great master. The blood qi in Guan Shilin's body churned in his chest, rushed up to his throat, and seeped out from the corner of his mouth. Seeing this scene, the faces of the other students who were about to step forward changed. They couldn't help but stop in their tracks, and their expressions became somewhat unsightly. Most of them were martial masters. How could they withstand the thunderous roar of a Wu Zong instructor? However, this instructor was too much. How could he use his aura to attack people? Furthermore, they were students who came to register for the assessment. With their strength, they could not withstand his roar. The few young men couldn't help but look at the sturdy man in black. He seemed to be about the same age as them, but he surprised them. The teacher's angry roar was aimed at him. Even though they were here, their eardrums still shook when they heard it. The blood in their bodies churned, but the black-robed man was actually able to withstand it. It was really unexpected that he didn't collapse. Guan Shilin raised his hand and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. He stared at the instructor for a long time before saying, "I heard that Star Cloud Academy is the largest and most famous academy in Qingtung. I didn't expect that the instructors here are of such quality." What a surprise. Hearing these sarcastic words, the instructor's face turned green and red. It was not clear whether it was anger or embarrassment. His face turned red, and the veins on his neck appeared. Under his sleeves, his fists were tightly clenched, making cracking sounds. Seeing this, the expressions of the students who were waiting to register for the test changed, and worry appeared in their eyes. Because the sky was already dark, those who had passed the test had already left. Originally, there were 2 teachers here, but the other one had already left. The Spiritual Academy's test had also ended long ago. Now, there were only a few of them, and the teacher left. Even the other students from the School of Stars and Clouds were nowhere to be seen. If the teacher really made a move, then, thinking of this, the few of them looked at each other and wondered if they should look around to see if there were any other teachers from the academy. After all, if the instructor really did make a move, the black-robed man would be crippled even if he didn't die. The instructor glared at Guan Shilin angrily. When he met Guan Shilin's mocking gaze, the anger in his heart seemed to explode. The profound energy in his body surged, and his voice was gloomy and filled with anger. You want to take the test, right? All right, then I will personally test you. I want to see just how capable you are to actually dare to disrespect your elders in the School of Stars and Clouds. Chapter 641. Seeing this, Guan Shilin did not retreat. Instead, the dark force aura on his body surged. His entire body sprang forward like a ferocious tiger, waving his fist as he attacked the instructor. After training outside for a long time, he had already trained his body to be iron-blooded and unyielding. This instructor attacked at the slightest disagreement. With the strength of a martial arts grandmaster, even if he could not win, how could he retreat? Bang! The 2 people's fists landed heavily on each other. 2 streams of air and force exploded. Guan Shilin retreated a few meters, and the instructor also took 2 steps back. He raised his head in shock. He was somewhat stunned and also somewhat embarrassed. A student actually dared to attack him and even forced him to take 2 steps back. This was a disgrace. Brat, see if I don't teach you a lesson today. The instructor shouted angrily and rushed towards Guan Shilin again. As his body moved, a visible dark force aura surged from his body like a whirlpool. The sharp whistling sound was like the turbulent waves in the sea, creating 1,000 waves with one slap. With a fierce roar, it rushed towards the person in front of him. Hiss! Not good. The few people at the side gasped when they saw this. One of them retreated step by step, quickly looked around, and broke into a run. Seeing that the instructor's punch was even stronger than before, Guan Shilin's eyes darkened. This time, he did not face the attack head-on. This time, he raised the dark force in his body and quickly dodged, trying his best to avoid the opponent's attack. However, the opponent was a martial arts grandmaster after all, and he was a martial arts grandmaster. It was difficult for him to fight against him with the strength of a martial arts grandmaster. Especially when the pressure came rushing over, it was like a ferocious tiger biting him. If it was not for the fact that he had gained some strength in the past few months outside, he would not even have the chance to fight against the martial arts grandmaster instructor in front of him. He knew that his strength was limited. If he wanted to hurt his opponent, he had to exchange injury for injury. Thus, when he retreated, he revealed an opening. This opening was very normal in the eyes of others. After all, he was only a martial grandmaster. What was so strange about revealing an opening in front of a martial ancestor? The Wuzong instructor also saw this flaw. He sneered and swung his fist towards Guan Shilin's chest. But at this moment, Guan Shilin dodged and clenched his fist, gathering his hidden strength, and punched towards the instructor's ribs. The instructor was shocked and wanted to retreat, but it was too late. Bang! Bang! The sound of 2 heavy fists hitting the ground rang out at the same time, accompanied by the sound of bones breaking. The few people were so shocked that their eyes widened in disbelief as they stared blankly at the scene in front of them. After the 2 punches, the instructor's palm that should have hit Guan Shilin's chest only missed his arm. The small bones in his arm should have been fractured under the heavy blow. At this moment, the instructor also retreated quickly and lowered his head in disbelief. He touched his broken ribs with one hand, as if he did not expect that he would be injured by a student. While he was shocked, he was also furious. Monstrous anger surged out of him, and his cold and furious eyes suddenly looked towards the black-clothed youth who had retreated a few meters, exchanging injury for injury. If he was not careful, it would not be as simple as a light injury. This youth was simply reckless and audacious. He even dared to injure an instructor. If he was not beaten to the ground today, how could he stand up in the academy in the future? Chapter 642. Mentor, please calm down. Don't lower yourself to his level. That's right, teacher. You're a great person and don't hold a grudge against him. Mentor, no matter what, you shouldn't have hit him. Please stop. Don't hit him anymore. If you continue, things will get out of hand. Shut up. When the mentor heard their dissuasion, he glared at them and shouted. His voice was as loud as thunder and was filled with pressure. Those people turned pale and didn't dare to speak again. This kid is too arrogant. If I don't teach him a lesson today, I'm not worthy of being a mentor. He shouted angrily and righteously, but he didn't know that his words sounded like a joke to others. Just as he was about to hit him again, he heard a voice. Hurry up, they're fighting. That young man will be beaten to death. Everyone looked over. It turned out that the man who ran away earlier had gone to find a mentor to save the situation. When the instructor saw this scene from afar, he was slightly shocked. He quickly grabbed the man and leaped to the front of the crowd. He looked at the furious instructor who was holding his ribs with one hand and asked in surprise, What's going on? I heard that you were fighting with the student who signed up for the assessment. When he heard this, he thought that the young man was teasing him. He didn't expect that the two of them were really at each other's throats. A mentor and a student fighting? That made perfect sense. Seeing that it was a mentor from the academy, the mentor snorted and pointed at Guan Shilin. This kid is too arrogant. He dared to block my way and hurt me when I wasn't paying attention. His behavior is shameful. When they heard this, the young men who were watching from the beginning to the end were stunned. This was too ridiculous, wasn't it? When Guan Shilin heard this, he only twitched the corner of his mouth. In the outside world, he had seen all kinds of people. This mentor had no dignity and was full of nonsense. It wasn't surprising that he would say something like this. No, it's not like that. The young man who went to find the mentor to save the situation quickly said. However, as soon as he opened his mouth, he was glared at fiercely. The gaze was cold and sinister, like a poison. It made his heart stop for a moment, and he couldn't speak. Director, don't worry about this. Let me teach this arrogant kid a lesson first. The mentor was determined to not take this lying down. He didn't care that the other mentor was beside him. His aura surged, and his figure flashed as he threw a punch at Guan Shilin. Stop! A thunderous roar came from the sky, and a powerful pressure forced the instructor back, stopping his attack that contained a killing move. Everyone raised their heads in surprise when they heard the thunderous roar and saw an old man flying over from the sky. Vice headmaster. The instructor's face paled slightly, and only now did panic appear on his face. The elder landed steadily. His sharp gaze swept past the black-clothed young man whose hand was hanging limply. His gaze fell on the pale-faced mentor. When a young man who went to call for help heard the mentor's greeting, he knew that it was the vice director. He quickly said, Vice director, this mentor is indiscriminately attacking people. Chapter 643. Thus, before the others could speak, the young man recounted everything that had happened. In the end, he said, After that, I noticed that the situation wasn't right, so I hurriedly ran to see if there were any instructors in the surroundings. Then I found this instructor and dragged him over. If this instructor hadn't come to stop me, he would have probably been heavily injured by this instructor. I could tell that this instructor didn't show any mercy at all. When the others saw this, they all chimed in, Yes, it's like this. That teacher used no less than 50% of his strength in that attack. Fortunately, that punch landed on his arm. If it landed on his chest, he probably wouldn't be able to get out of bed for half a month. Moreover, he can't be blamed for breaking the teacher's ribs. He was just trying to protect himself. Anyone else would have done the same. The only difference was that they didn't have the courage and strength of the black-robed youth. After hearing what had happened, he looked at Guan Shilin with surprise. Even the Vice Academy heads, eyes flashed with a light. His gaze fell on Guan Shilin for a moment before he spoke in a deep voice. Our Star Cloud Academy enrolls students once every 3 years. Although the enrollment period is only 1 day, even if it's already dark, we shouldn't have rejected the remaining students who registered for the assessment. This is against our philosophy of recruiting elites and nurturing talents. His voice paused. Then he said, "How about this? Director, you take over and help these students register for the assessment." "Yes." Teacher, he nodded in response. When the students heard this, they were overjoyed and smiles appeared on their faces. As for Teacher Wang, this matter is your fault. You'll be punished for a year. Do you have any objections? The Vice Academy head's gaze fell on Teacher Wang as he punished him. Teacher Wang clenched his teeth, but could only reply, "Yes, I have no objections." The vice headmaster nodded and looked at Guan Shilin with a smile. "Since you were able to exchange blows with the headmaster, your strength must have passed the test. There is no need for you to take the test. You can directly enter the Xian courtyard. As for the injury on your arm, I'll let Director take you to treat it later." He felt that his arrangement and punishment was already sufficient. He had directly exempted the black-robed youth from the examination. If he accepted him, he would definitely see a happy expression on his face. Who would have thought that the black-robed youth would emotionlessly glance at him and actually say, "With such a despicable and shameless person as a teacher, there's no point in entering the College of Stars and Clouds." Hearing these words, each and every one of them opened their mouths wide in astonishment. No one would have thought that this black-clothed youth would actually give up such a rare opportunity to enter the Academy of Stars and Clouds. Furthermore, from the beginning until now, he had not even opened his mouth to explain himself. Now that he had opened his mouth, he had hit the bullseye and said the words that the other students did not dare to say. He was not qualified to be a role model. That tour guide Wang was so angry that his face turned red as he glared at the black-clothed young man. If it wasn't for the Vice Academy head being here, he would definitely teach him a lesson. The Vice Academy head also looked at Guan Shilin in astonishment. He did not think that this young man would actually dare to say such words. Furthermore, as soon as he finished speaking, he turned around and left. He was just about to open his mouth to speak when he saw something thrown to the ground without looking back. "I'll return this to you." A token fell to the ground with a clang. Chapter 644. Who knew that Guan Shilin didn't even have the intention to stop. He pretended that he didn't hear the voice behind him and continued to walk forward. He and Xiao Jiu both had recommendation letters from the black market. With those letters, even if they were from a 9th-ranked country, they could apply to the Star Cloud Academy without having to go through any of the 9th-ranked countries' competition. In addition to the recommendation letter from the black market, Xiao Jiu also gave him the star token. He said that if the recommendation letter didn't work, then he could use the star token. Although he accepted it, he didn't want to use the star token to directly enter the School of Stars and Clouds. This was because he wanted to rely on his own strength. He also wanted to see how strong he was. If he really couldn't get in with his strength, then it wouldn't be too late to use the star token. He just didn't expect that in the School of Stars and Clouds, which was known as the biggest and most famous school in the 9th to 6th ranked countries, there would be such a scumbag instructor. A teacher should pay more attention to his every move. But that instructor didn't distinguish right from wrong and even attacked a student. He had to admit that this trip to the Star Cloud Academy really disappointed him. Wait. Seeing that he didn't stop, the vice director hurriedly chased after him and stopped him. The students at the side didn't recognize the star token, so they didn't know what Guan Shilin threw out. But the two instructors recognized it. When they saw the star token, Instructor Wang's face turned pale and cold sweat faintly seeped out of his forehead. Instructor He's face was full of surprise. He didn't expect this black-clothed youth to have the star token. The vice director stopped him and looked at Guan Shilin. He looked up and down and couldn't see any similarities between him and the red-clothed youth Fengjiu. So he asked, "What's your relationship with Fengjiu?" Hearing this, Guan Shilin looked at the vice director and paused for a moment before saying, "He's my younger brother." His younger brother? The vice director looked at his eyebrows and saw that he had thick eyebrows and big eyes. His face was handsome, but not handsome, and his figure was tall and sturdy. He didn't have the slightest resemblance with a red-clothed youth who exuded a noble aura. He asked, "You two don't look alike? Could it be that they have the same father but different mothers?" Director, he and the other students behind him were dumbfounded when they heard the vice president start gossiping about other people's family matters. What was going on? What did that have to do with him? When Guanxilin heard the vice president's words, a strange expression appeared on his face. He looked at the vice president and said, "Her father is my foster father." "Oh, I see." The vice president suddenly realized that this young man didn't resemble Fengjiu at all. So it turned out that they weren't related by blood. No wonder. Looking at the young man, he asked, "What's your name?" "Guanxilin." "Ha ha, you're actually from the same family as this old man." He raised his head and laughed heartily. Patting his sturdy shoulder, he said, "This old man's surname is also Guan. Looks like we're not from the same family. Come, let's go to the side and have a good talk." "No, there's nothing to talk about," he said coldly and was about to leave. Wait. The vice director stopped him again and sighed. "Your temper is somewhat similar to Fengjiu's. Aren't you just unhappy that this old man punished Director Wang?" Wait. Chapter 645. As soon as these words came out, everyone was shocked and looked at the vice director in astonishment. Instructor Wang, in particular, felt his legs go soft, and he fell to the ground. He looked at the vice director with a pale face and opened his mouth, but no words came out. He looked at the black-robed young man with hatred in his heart. If it weren't for him, how could he have fallen to such a state? Being expelled from the School of Stars and Nebula would ruin his future, cut off his path to success. "Why aren't you leaving?" The vice director glared at him and shouted again. Instructor Wang gritted his teeth. After taking a deep breath, he stood up from the ground and glared at Guanxilin fiercely. Then, he turned around and left unwillingly. He would definitely get his revenge. Guanxilin glanced at the vice headmaster. He did not expect the vice headmaster to dismiss the instructor. After all, every instructor in the College of Stars and Clouds had been carefully selected. They were all outstanding in their own right. Now, the vice headmaster had dismissed the instructor with a single sentence. Seeing this, he narrowed his eyes and didn't say anything. "Ha, can we talk now?" The vice director looked at him and saw him nodding. He then said to director "Those students will be assessed by you." As for this one, his gaze fell on Guanxilin, and he smiled. He said to director "This old man will deal with him personally." "Yes, teacher," he replied, and watched the vice director leave with Guanxilin. He then retracted his gaze and brought the students to the side to register and assess them. In a courtyard, the old man asked a servant to bandage Guanxilin's wound. He asked, "Your brother gave you the star badge. What about him? Is he not coming?" "He's here." "He's here? That's impossible. I couldn't find him in the Spiritual Academy, and there's no registration for him in the Shin Academy." The old man stroked his beard and frowned. Ever since he met that young man, he had been looking forward to him coming to the School of Stars and Nebula. He had a feeling that if that young man entered the School of Stars and Nebula, he would definitely bring glory to the School of Stars and Nebula. Guanxilin's eyes flickered when he heard this. Xiao Jiu isn't in the Spiritual Academy? He wasn't in the Profound Academy either. Was that in the Pharmacy? Or the Academy of Alchemy? If she said she would come, then she would definitely come. Perhaps she was already in the Academy. Even though he had his suspicions, he didn't voice them out loud. If she says she'll come, then she'll definitely come. The vice head only needs to investigate to find out. Do you think I didn't investigate? Those 2 courtyards don't have it. So how am I supposed to check? He sighed, glanced at him, and handed him a registration list. Fill in the information above. From now on, you will be a student of the Profound Academy. If you have any problems in the future, go find the instructor. If it doesn't work, come find this old man. Don't make a move at the slightest provocation. If you make a move against the instructor, you will only suffer. Hearing this, Guanxilin glanced at him and nodded. He then took the registration form and filled it out with his uninjured hand. "Vice head, it's done." Not long after, he handed the form back to him. The old man took it and casually glanced at it. When he saw that Guanchelin was from a ninth-rank country, he couldn't help but be stunned. He looked at him strangely. You're from a ninth-rank country? Yes. Chapter 646. In the end, the vice-headmaster looked at him and nodded encouragingly. Cultivate your martial skills well in the academy. Being able to stand out from so many people proves that you're outstanding. As soon as he finished speaking, he added, later, report to the profound courtyard. Just look for Director He and ask him to make arrangements for you. Also, if your younger brother, Fengjiu, comes looking for you, remember to inform this old man. Yes, Guanchelin replied. Seeing that his wound was bandaged, he bowed and left to report to the profound courtyard. The next morning, Fengjiu had already tidied up. He casually ate something and left to report to the alchemy courtyard. Today was the gathering day for the new students of the alchemy courtyard. She was filled with anticipation. Although she had some understanding of the Tao of alchemy, she had no one to guide her. It was too strenuous for her to fumble around on her own. If she had someone to guide her, perhaps her progress in the Tao of alchemy would be even faster. With a heart full of anticipation, she headed towards the alchemy department. About an hour later, when she arrived at the alchemy department, she saw that there was no one around. She thought that it was because she had arrived early, so she walked around the alchemy department. She looked at the alchemy rooms in the alchemy department and the alchemy furnaces that were placed there. Why is it so messy? Strange, these pill refining rooms look like they haven't been used in a long time. She muttered to herself. After walking around each pill refining room, she finally returned to the front to wait. After another hour, she was still the only one standing in the empty alchemy courtyard. A gust of morning wind blew, causing the fallen leaves on the large trees in the courtyard to fall. It actually felt a bit desolate. After another hour, she found a place to sit down. Her expression became strange. After so long, she was the only one who had come? That wasn't right, was it? Just as she was thinking, she suddenly heard voices. She hurriedly looked in the direction of the voices and saw the two instructors who had tested her yesterday walking in. When the two of them saw the azure robe youth sitting in the courtyard, they immediately stopped talking. Their expressions were slightly startled, as if they had just thought of something. One of them hurriedly called out, Fengjiu, how long have you been waiting here? This child, why was he waiting here all alone? He was the only one sitting there in a daze in the entire academy. Sigh. They knew that this child was simple and naive. He didn't even know to ask Deacon Sun if he didn't see anyone. It was their fault for not telling him clearly yesterday. Tutor, you're here? When Fengjiu saw the two of them, he quickly stood up and walked over. He smiled and said, Deacon Sun said that today is the gathering day for the new students of the alchemy department, so I came early to wait. However, after waiting for a long time, I didn't see anyone else. Now, it's good that the two mentors are finally here. Hearing this, the two looked at each other and smiled in embarrassment. They didn't come here because they remembered that today was the gathering day for new students, but because they had some matters to attend to. Even so, they couldn't say it out loud. Thus, one of them coughed lightly and said, I see. All right, today we will tell you some of the basic steps of alchemy. Teacher, don't we need to wait for the others? She asked kindly. No need, no need. The other instructor waved his hand and revealed a kind smile. You're the only student that the pill department has recruited this year. Chapter 647. Yes, the Academy of Elixir is filled with iron. The tutor's expression was serious. He coughed lightly and said, the other academies are 1 in 1,000, but we are 1 in 10,000. It's not easy to enter the Academy of Elixir. As he said that, he patted Fengjiu's shoulder and said expectantly, so, you must work hard. You are the hope of the Academy of Elixir. Hope? She looked at them in shock and suddenly had a bad feeling. She asked, Tutor, how many students do we have in the Academy of Elixir now? As soon as she finished speaking, she saw the two of them look at each other uneasily. Then, they looked at her seriously. Fengjiu, I'll tell you the truth. You are the only student in the Academy of Elixir now. As expected, the corner of her mouth twitched. Ever since she entered the Academy of Elixir's territory, she felt strange. What closed-door cultivation to refine pills? What missions to exchange for contribution points? It was all nonsense. There were no students here at all. Ahem. One of the tutors coughed lightly and said, "It's like this. We used to have many students in the Academy of Elixir in the past. However, we only recruit students once every 3 years, and there are really too few who can be selected. Moreover, almost none of those who were selected to enter the Academy of Elixir lasted. Some only stayed for a year and left. So, gradually, there were no more students in the Academy of Elixir. Yes, but you don't have to worry. There are still alchemists in the Academy of Elixir. Other than the two of us, there are also a few alchemists and a pill grandmaster in the Academy of Elixir. If you work hard, you will definitely have a chance to meet them in the future. Come, this Chinquin bag is for you. Go back and take a look at the things inside. If you encounter something you don't understand, you can use the jade slip inside to send us a message." Thus, they stuffed a Chinquin bag into her hands and explained some simple steps of refining pills to her. Then, they let her go back and study the trial by herself. Fengjiu took the Chinquin bag and went back to her cave abode. Along the way, she felt that her brain was not enough. She had entered the pill department with the intention of learning from a famous teacher and observing more. However, who would have thought that she would be self-taught? As she walked, she found a place to sit down and look through the things in the Chinquin bag. She saw that there was a book explaining the basic steps of alchemy, 2 jade slips, and a small bag of spirit herb seeds. She looked at the seed and felt that it would be better to plant some spiritual vegetables than to plant this in the spiritual medicine field. It wouldn't take long for them to be picked and eaten. Thus, she, who had originally planned to return to her cave residence, headed down the mountain. She wanted to go to the small store to see if there were any vegetable seeds and the like. Unexpectedly, when she arrived there, she saw that the wooden house of the small store had been demolished. What's going on? Weren't they still here yesterday? It was demolished today? She was a little dumbfounded. The mountain where the alchemy department was located was so big, and this was the only place where there was such a small store. Now it had been demolished? What would she do if she wanted to buy something? Deacon's son walked over from nearby and saw the young man standing there in a daze. He opened his mouth and said, "Fengjiu, what are you doing there?" Deacon's son hears. Before she could finish speaking, she saw Deacon's son smile. Chapter 648. Hearing this, her first reaction was to ask, "Deacon's son, how long does it take to get to the foot of Qingning Mountain?" Qingning Mountain is the central junction of all the academies. Therefore, it would take at least 4 to 6 hours to get there on foot. However, if you have a flying artifact or a sword, then it would be faster. Hearing this, she sighed. "I understand." Finishing her words, she turned around and walked back. Her flying ship was too luxurious and eye-catching, so naturally she couldn't use it. She did get a few flying artifacts from the black market, but she left them for her father. As for a sword, there was no need to think about it. Without a foundation, one couldn't fly a sword. Seeing Fengjiu turn around and walk back, Deacon's son paused for a moment and shouted, "If you don't have it, as long as you have 5,000 contribution points, you can go to the Academy's Heavenly Tower to exchange for a flying artifact." Hearing this, Fengjiu, who was walking away, stopped and turned around to look at him with bright eyes. "You said there's a place in the Academy where I can exchange for artifacts? Did he have all kinds of magic tools? Other than artifacts, is there anything else?" "There are countless treasures in the Academy's Heavenly Tower. There's no need to worry about not being able to find the treasure you want. I'm just worried that you don't have enough contribution points to exchange for it." Deacon's son smiled and reminded, "That place only allows students to exchange for artifacts. Can't buy it with money?" Deacon's son's mouth twitched and looked at Fengjiu. "Do you think the Academy of Stars and Clouds will lack money? 5,000 contribution points? I think my jade tablet only has 100 contribution points. Then I have to do missions?" She was stunned. She had just entered the academy. She hadn't even opened a pill furnace and had to do missions for contribution points. At this moment, she finally understood why all the students in the alchemy department had left. So this was the reason. Even so, in the end, she still went to the mission area to see if there were any missions that were easy and gave a lot of contribution points. After looking through the mission panel, Her gaze finally landed on the missions at the top. The first one was to score an item. The requirement was to be a great spirit master with 500 contribution points. The second one was to collect fire crystals from the Unicorn Flame Beast in the 10,000 Beast Mountain range. Each fire crystal was worth 500 contribution points, and the duration was 1 month. Her interest was piqued when she saw the second one. The One-Horned Flame Beast was a 7th-level spirit beast. Due to its extremely fast speed, it was very difficult to catch it. Furthermore, each One-Horned Flame Beast could only produce 1 fire crystal per year. However, there must be more than one One-Horned Flame Beast in the All-Beast Mountain range. If there were too many of them, wouldn't it be easy to collect 5,000 contribution points? After making up her mind, she immediately took down the task, registered it in the task board, and returned to the cave to prepare. She didn't intend to bring Old White along. She even called out the cloud-devouring beasts from space. She intended to let them guard the abode and look for food on their own. After making all the necessary preparations, he gave the 2 beasts a few more instructions before leaving the academy in high spirits. He followed the map and headed toward the 10,000 Beast Mountain range. Not long after she left, Guanxilin heard that she was in the Academy of Alchemy, so he came to look for her. After asking around, he found her cave abode. However, he found that the array formation was activated, so he couldn't enter. Instead, he saw Lao Bai and the cloud-swallowing beast around the cave abode. Cloud-swallowing beast, where's Xiaojiao? He knew that the cloud-swallowing beast was able to speak, so he asked. Chapter 649. When he heard this, he was startled. She just entered the academy and was already out on a mission? He knew that the academy required contribution points, but she probably didn't need them, did she? Even if she did, she shouldn't be in such a hurry, right? He paused for a moment, then asked, did she say where she was going? Why does it take a month? She didn't say. It lay there motionless, ignoring him. Seeing this, Guanxilin didn't ask any more questions. He didn't need to worry about her safety in the academy. He just wanted to talk to her, but now he would have to wait a month. Then I'll be going. When she comes back, tell her that I've been here and that I've entered the Profound Academy. When I have time, I'll come find her. With that, he turned and left. He hadn't paid much attention to her before, but now he realized that she lived in a very remote place. Not only that, but he hadn't seen a single student in the academy since he'd entered. It hadn't been easy for him to find Deacon Sunday compared to the bustling and bustling Profound Academy. This place was like a forgotten place. At the same time, Fengjiu was heading towards the 10,000 Beast Mountain range by herself. Just as she was about to cross the mountain, she caught a whiff of the fragrance of meat on the wind, stopping her in her tracks. It smells so good. Her eyes lit up and she gulped. Over the past 2 days, she'd only eaten pastries from the dimension. She hadn't even had a sip of water. Now that she smelled the aroma, she felt herself salivating. She immediately followed the scent. When she followed the scent, she saw a wooden sign hanging outside the courtyard. Written on it were the words, Ovens Restricted Area. Unauthorized persons not to enter. She couldn't help but gulp again. This was the place where the academy's instructors prepared their meals. When she smelled the aroma, her stomach began to rumble. She hadn't felt hungry before, but now she was starving. She poked her head out of the window and reined in her aura. Inside the large kitchen, there were only 2 people bustling about. Apparently, they were the chefs, and everything had to go through their hands. However, outside the kitchen, there were a dozen or so helpers, all of whom were carrying out the dishes they had prepared. When she saw all of the dishes on the kitchen table, she couldn't help but walk around to the back of the ovens. Taking advantage of the fact that no one was looking, she slipped in through the window and hid under the table. She secretly poked her head out and looked around. Seeing that the 2 chefs weren't paying attention to her and the helpers outside couldn't see her, she quietly stretched out her hand and reached for the table. She picked up a roast chicken on the table and stuffed it into her space along with the plate. She moved slightly like a cat and gently lifted the lid of the large stew pot. Seeing the 2 chefs talking, she quickly and quietly took a pot that could hold a pigeon and filled it with soup and meat before hiding it in her space. When she saw that there was less than half of the stew left, she thought for a moment, then scooped some water from the side and poured it into the pot. Yes, let it continue to stew. Although the taste is a bit bland, it's still soup. That newcomer, young Master Imo-chan, is quite picky with his food. At noon, we had 12 dishes delivered to him, and almost all of them were sent back. The dean also told us to be careful. This job isn't easy. Chapter 650. The head chef closed his eyes and took a deep breath, smelling the aroma of the spirit soup in the air. His face was filled with intoxication. The corners of Feng Zhou's mouth twitched when she heard that. She quickly closed the lid of the glass. She had taken many sets of things. She had probably given each mentor the same set. Only a few mentors only had one set. For those who only had one set, she couldn't take all of it. She only took half of it. Finally, she scooped up a full bowl of spirit rice, then quietly slipped away. How come there's only one of the pig trotters left? How come Adine's stir-fried matsutake with spirit meat is missing by more than half? If I remember correctly, there should be a full plate. Hearing the head chef's words, the other head chef laughed and said, "Did you forget because you were too busy? No one would dare to come in here. Besides, with the two of us here, it would be impossible for anyone to steal from the kitchen." Although they were head chefs, they were also foundation establishment cultivators. Who would dare to steal from the kitchen right under their noses? That's true. Maybe I remembered wrong. The head chef laughed, then shook his head and looked at the bowl of soup. When he opened it, he saw that there wasn't even a wisp of smoke coming out of it. He stared in shock, then looked down at the fire, a strange expression on his face. He remembered that the soup had been ready just a moment ago, but it was still warm. How come there wasn't even a bit of steam coming out of it now? Meanwhile, Feng Zhou had left the ovens and was heading in the direction of the All-Beast mountain range. She moved with incredible speed, and in the blink of an eye, she disappeared into the mountains. When she reached a place where there was no one around, she took out the things she had stolen from the kitchen and placed them on the ground. Who would have thought? I never thought that my dimension would come in handy like this one day. She sighed, looking at the dozen or so dishes and the bowl of soup in front of her. She smiled so widely that her eyes couldn't be seen. There's no justice in this, is there? The students don't get to eat, and the instructors don't get to eat ordinary food. They get to eat spirit meat, spirit ginseng, spirit chicken, and so on. If I don't share the burden with you, who will? AI. She shook her head with a smug expression. She rolled up her sleeves and drank the fragrant soup first. As soon as it entered her mouth, the rich fragrance spread on the tip of her tongue along with the aura of spiritual power. After a few mouthfuls of the soup, she felt a wave of spiritual power flowing towards her dantian, nourishing the green lotus in her dantian. TSK, how fragrant. What kind of Imo-chan wanted a drink? Hee, the soup is already with me. You can just make do with the water I mixed with it. What she didn't know was that on the tree behind her, a white figure was sitting on top of it, quietly looking at her under the tree. A pair of calm and indifferent eyes were looking at the young man sitting cross-legged under the tree and taking out a dozen or so dishes from his dimension. Some of the dishes were whole, while others were combined into one. When Imo-chan saw the young man drink the soup with satisfaction and say the last sentence, his eyes flashed with a dark light. He watched as the young man rolled up his sleeves and tore off a spirit chicken leg to eat, saying, "I'm starving. I haven't had a good meal since I entered the institute." Imo-chan couldn't help but feel astonished. Chapter 651. I'm already regretting it. There's nothing in the alchemy department. Even the number of people is pitiful. It's fine if there's no one to talk to, but they don't even provide me with food. If father and grandfather knew that I was starving here, wouldn't they be heartbroken? Feng Zhou muttered as she chewed on the spiritual chicken leg meat in her hand. She finished it in a few bites and threw the bones behind her. Then, she picked up the pig trotter and started chewing on it. Perhaps it was because she saw the young man eating in big mouthfuls, but that extremely good appetite of his made Imo-chan's stomach growl as she watched from the tree. The sound wasn't loud, but at this moment, it was extremely clear. Especially in Feng Zhou's ears, the sound was like thunder. She was so shocked that she instinctively raised her head. What she saw scared her so much that the pig trotter in her hand fell to the ground. She couldn't swallow the meat in her mouth. She choked and coughed violently. Cough, 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 coughed. She patted her chest and stood up. She originally wanted to scold this person for hiding here and scaring people without anyone noticing. However, when she thought of what she had just said, she suddenly felt guilty. She calmed herself down, suppressed her anger, and grinned. Are you hungry too? Come down and eat with me. Eat with me. I have a lot of food. Emo-chan, who was on the tree, watched as the youth below the tree panicked, then became angry, then guilty. His eyes moved slightly, but he didn't go down. He continued to sit there quietly, watching quietly. Seeing that the other party didn't even bother with her, she smiled embarrassedly and said, "Are you a student of the Alchemy Academy? We've seen you before. Outside the academy, you're also under the trees. It's really ape dung." That's right. Wasn't it just an ape? She had already come here to steal food, but she was still seen by someone. Furthermore, it was this banished immortal whose strength was obviously above hers. She didn't even know when he had arrived. When she thought of how she had taken something out of her space under his nose, she couldn't help but feel guilty. He probably didn't notice that her space was different from other spaces. Time seemed to have stopped. Under the tree, Fengjio's face was stiff from laughing, but she didn't see any reaction from the person above. After a long while, just as she was thinking about whether she should go up the tree to take some and directly give it to him, she saw the white-robed immortal on the tree gently jump and land steadily in front of her. Seeing this, her eyes lit up. She hurriedly pulled him to the side of the grass and pressed him to sit down. "You just sit there? I'll ladle some soup for you. I heard from the kitchen staff say it's prepared for some Emo-chan. I just drank a bowl of it." As she spoke, she excitedly scooped a bowl full of soup for him. Then, she attentively brought it to him with both hands. However, when she saw the white-clothed banished immortal sitting on the grass with her head slightly tilted, seeing the two oily claw marks on his pure white sleeves, she immediately froze and smiled a bit embarrassedly. "I didn't do it on purpose. I was just too excited." Yes, she was too excited. She had been caught stealing food. No matter what, she had to drag this person in. This way, he would be her accomplice. She didn't believe that after drinking this bowl of soup, he would tell anyone about today's incident. Chapter 652. As soon as she said this, the banished immortal in white looked up at her. "Hee, I don't mean anything else. I just think that since my claws got dirty, it's only right for me to help you clean it." She smiled embarrassedly and passed the bowl of soup forward. Softly, she said, "You should drink some soup first. This soup won't taste good if it gets cold." Emo-chan looked deeply at her, then reached out his slender, white hand to take the bowl of soup and drink it. Seeing this, Fengjio's anxious heart finally relaxed, and she secretly let out a sigh of relief. She sat down cross-legged beside him, and in a moment of excitement, she pulled off the other side of the spiritual chicken drumstick and handed it to him. Come, eat. There's plenty." Emo-chan looked at the youth's hand holding the drumstick and did not reach out to take it for a while. In his past experience, he had never eaten like this, directly holding and eating with his hand. He did not know how to describe this feeling. Fengjio knew what he was thinking at first glance. Seeing him like a banished immortal, she knew that he had never eaten like this before. She smiled and said, "Eating meat like this in large pieces is even more delicious. It's definitely different from eating with chopsticks. You'll know once you try." Seeing this, Emo-chan hesitated for a while, but still reached out to take it. However, he did not eat it in big bites like Fengjio, but tore off a small piece and ate slowly. Fengjio laughed loudly and took out a pair of chopsticks and placed it in front of him so that he could eat later. He also tore off a piece of meat and ate it without hesitation. About an hour later, only a mess was left on the grass. Seeing this, Emo-chan felt that it was a little rude. After all, he would not normally make a table like this. Even if this could not be called a table, he still felt that it had lost its elegance. However, when he saw the youth digging a hole and burying all those things, he could not help but feel astonished. "There's a small stream in front. Let's wash our hands there." After Feng Jiao buried the bones, plates, and other things in the ground, she clapped her hands and called him over. Then, they walked towards the stream, not far away. In the stream, she washed her hands and face. Just as she was about to find a place to lie down and have a good rest, a robe was handed to her. "It's clean." The gentle voice was faint, like the flowing water of a mountain, clear and pleasant to the ear. She tilted her head slightly and poked her head out from behind the robe in front of her. She raised her head slightly and looked at the man who was standing in front of her with a robe in his hand. At this moment, he was only wearing an inner robe. His expression was indifferent as he looked down at her. "Oh, okay," she responded and took it, washing in the stream. However, it would have been better if she didn't wash it, but after washing it, Feng Jiao's forehead was drenched in cold sweat. He looked at the robe that was getting dirtier as she washed it and did not dare to turn around. Not far behind her, Imo-chan looked indifferently at Feng Jiao's back, then looked at the setting sun. After a long while, he heard the sound of fabric tearing. He returned to his senses and looked at the youth, only to see the youth holding his robe in a daze. He got up and walked over to take a look. His eyelids twitched. Chapter 653. This. She was a bit embarrassed as she looked at him. "How about, I'll compensate you in the future. You can't afford it. This is made from heavenly silkworms that spit out silk every 3 years." Hearing this, Feng Jiao's mouth twitched. Looking at the man's calm expression, she asked embarrassedly, Then what should I do? If it's not bad, it's already broken. You said you're from the alchemy department." He looked at the young man in front of him, his tone calm. Yes, I just came in, so I don't know how to refine pills." She hurriedly said, afraid that he would think she was from the alchemy department and wanted her to refine pills. Imo-chan glanced at Feng Jiao. With a wave of his hand, a piece of paper unfolded in his hand. "Help me find the 5 types of spiritual herbs listed here." Feng Jiao didn't take it, but frowned and said, "If you want spiritual herbs, don't you know how to exchange them? This place is so deep in the mountains and forests. Where am I supposed to find spiritual herbs for you? Moreover, I still have things to do myself. No matter how valuable your clothes are, they're still clothes. At most, I'll compensate you with 10 pieces in the future, right? No matter how valuable heavenly silkworm silk is, it can't be more valuable than ice silkworm silk. Once I leave the academy, I'll find a way to get it for you. I need these fresh herbs, but I don't have any exchange points." Hearing this, she glanced at him and was puzzled. Something new? She reached out to take the paper and glanced at the spiritual herbs. When she saw the 5 types of spiritual herbs, her eyes widened and she unhappily said, "These are all spiritual herbs that are 3rd level and above. Does this place have 3rd level spiritual herbs? Even if it does, it won't be easy to find them. This blue spirit snake is a 9th level poisonous snake. Its body is only the size of a chopstick, and its speed can be compared to lightning. You want to use its fresh blue scales as medicine? How can you do that? And this pair of rare deer blood. Do you know how precious this thing is? Deer blood. You should use some of my blood. If I can find these things, I'll keep them for myself. Why should I give them to you?" She looked at him like he was an idiot. She crumpled the paper into a ball and stuffed it back into his arms. "This young master is too lazy to care about you. You've already drunk the soup and eaten the meat. You can be considered my partner in stealing food. I'm not afraid of you complaining." She gave a snort and swaggered past him. "See you again." A cheerful voice came from afar. Feng Jiao didn't care that the sky was already dark. He raised his hand and flew towards the 10,000 Beast Mountain range. Imo-chen's eyes flashed as he watched the youth head towards the Wan Shou Mountain range. In fact, he had asked the youth to help him find those herbs because he wanted the youth to collect them for him after he found them. It was similar to being an assistant. However, before he could finish his sentence, the youth's knowledge surprised him. Now that he saw the youth head towards the Wan Shou Mountain range like the wind, he remembered that the youth said he had something to do. He should be heading towards the Wan Shou Mountain range. If that was the case, he glanced at the robe that had been thrown on the ground and retracted his gaze. He followed behind the youth and headed towards the Wan Shou Mountain range. Feng Jiao walked under the cover of the night. After walking for a while, she turned back to look. She also used her divine sense to check that the man in white was no longer following her. Only then did she happily hum a little tune. She didn't stop walking. As she moved, her pace was strangely fast. Chapter 654. When the first ray of sunlight shone through the leaves in the morning, Feng 9, who was sleeping on the tree, was about to turn over lazily. However, when she remembered where she was, she stopped moving, rubbed her eyes, and yawned. The air in the forest is so good. She squinted her eyes and listened to the morning breeze rustling the leaves and the birds chirping in the trees. Her mood relaxed, and she felt relaxed. However, at this moment, she saw the person sitting on the tree branch beside her, quietly looking at her. She was so scared that she almost fell to the ground. She held onto the tree branch and patted her chest, angrily staring at him. "Why did you follow me? Can't you make a sound? Don't you know that you can scare people to death?" She didn't expect to see this man when she opened her eyes so early in the morning. However, this person in front of her was not the deity she first met. She only felt that he was a ghost, always appearing beside her without anyone noticing. How many times had it been? "I need your help," Emo Chun said indifferently, his gaze falling on the forest. "There are 5 types of spiritual herbs that I have. Don't joke around. Your strength is above mine. What do you need my help for?" Fengjiu waved her hand. "Out of the 5 types of spiritual herbs, 4 of them have to be obtained from spiritual beasts. You have to deal with them yourself. Don't drag me into it. I don't want to lose my life." Emochin looked at her and said, "You don't need to catch them. You just need to help me gather them." Hearing this, Fengjiu was slightly startled. She looked at him and asked, "You're a student of the Spiritual Academy, right? Why would a student of the Spiritual Academy be looking for those herbs? Or the Medicinal Academy? That's not right. You don't smell of herbs. Which academy are you from?" Emochin looked at Fengjiu and didn't answer. Instead, he said, "You ruined my heavenly silkworm robe." Hearing this, Fengjiu's mouth twitched. She speechlessly turned her head away. Suddenly, she realized that this man in white was really too much of a deity, too much of a deity. Didn't she just ruin his clothes? Was there a need to accuse him like this? All right, I won't ask anymore, all right? But let's make a deal. You go catch them yourself. I'm only in charge of assisting you. I still have my own things to do. Don't bother me if there's nothing important." She curled her lips as she spoke. With a light leap, she landed steadily on the ground. Looking at her surroundings, she sat down on the ground, took out some herbs, and began to fiddle with them. It was too troublesome to look for the unicorn flame beasts in the forest. If they came to her obediently, it would be much easier to get the fire crystals. Seeing the youth sitting on the ground and fiddling with the herbs, he was startled and asked, "How much do you need?" "Half an hour," she replied without raising her head. "Follow me to the center of the 10,000 Beast Mountain range in an hour." The herbs he was looking for were all in the center area. They weren't in the periphery. I know. I want to go there too," she said as she quickly processed the herbs. About half an hour later, 2 full bottles of medicinal powder were stored in her sleeves. Only then did she stand up and pat her robe. She said to the person who had been watching from the side, "Let's go." Emo-chan saw that he had settled the things on hand and listened to his words. He took a step forward. However, just as he took a step forward, the youth pulled on his sleeve. He looked back. The first thing he saw wasn't the youth's face, but the hand that grabbed his sleeve. Chapter 655. Emo-chan glanced at the young man, as if he just remembered something. With a flick of his sleeve, a green bamboo flute with jade tassels floated in front of him. He leaped onto the flute and was about to call the young man up when he saw the young man staring at the green flute with bright eyes. He even reached out to touch the tassels at the end of the flute. "This flute is so beautiful. Is it a bamboo flute? Has it been refined? Where did you get this bamboo? This green color is so pleasing to the eye." Fengjiu's eyes fell on the flute and could not move away. The flute grew bigger and bigger, and there was a spiritual aura around it. Even when the man in white stepped on it, he did not step on the body of the flute. The tassels at the end of the flute were swaying gently. It was so beautiful. Emo-chan was about to call him up when he saw the flute shake. The young man had already jumped up and put one hand on his shoulder. "Let go. He frowned slightly. He did not like to be touched by others, but he was touched by the young man again and again. Although he did not feel repulsed, he still did not like it, especially when a young man ruined one of his robes. How do I let go? What if I fall? I can't fly, Fengjiu said as she stared at the flute at her feet. She felt that it would be nice to have something like this to hang around her waist. Chun frowned slightly. He paused and said, "Hold on to the corner of your clothes." As soon as he finished speaking, he saw the young man holding on tightly to his sleeve. His eyes were still staring at the green bamboo under his feet. Seeing this, he did not say anything else. He controlled the flute with his spiritual power and flew towards the center of the Wansho mountain range. This was the first time she had flown in such a high altitude on an aircraft. The whistling wind brushed past her face, and it was unlike the airflow of a spaceship. Furthermore, standing on the aircraft made her worried that she might slip and fall from the sky. But it was undeniable that this feeling was really exciting. "What are you looking for here?" Fengjiu, who was thinking about something, suddenly heard the man in white ask her a question. She said, "To collect the fire crystals of the unicorn flame beast to earn contribution points." As soon as she finished speaking, she asked curiously, "What do you want those herbs for? Are you a student of the pharmaceutical department or a spiritual academy?" She was very curious about this. The person in front of him didn't say anything, as if he didn't hear anything. He looked ahead calmly until he reached the center of the mountain range. Then, he descended from the sky. Fengjiu jumped to the ground and watched him put away the flute. He couldn't help but turn around his waist. Did he take back the space? Just as she was thinking, she saw him form a seal with one hand and casually lay down a barrier. Seeing this, her eyes narrowed slightly. He was not a student. No matter how outstanding the students of Star Cloud Academy were, it was impossible for them to casually cast a spell and set up a barrier. This place can protect you. If you encounter any danger, just come in. The spirit beasts and ferocious beasts here can't enter this barrier. After he finished speaking, he tapped the ground with the tip of his foot and disappeared from Fengjiu's sight. "Hey!" Fengjiu shouted, but the man had already disappeared into the depths of the forest in the blink of an eye. "Teacher, does this academy have such a young instructor?" She muttered to herself, but didn't pay any more attention to him. Instead, she walked out of the barrier to prepare for her trap. Chapter 656. Roar. With a low roar, one of the shadows pounced on Fengjiu. Its sharp claws created a gust of wind in the air. Fengjiu, who had his back facing the shadow, sensed the danger behind him. He instantly dodged to the side and quickly turned around. Then he laughed softly. "I was still wondering what it was. So it's a rank 9 Earth King beast." She laughed softly and glanced at the 6 Earth King beasts surrounding her. These beasts were shaped like dogs, but they had horns like cows, sharp teeth and claws like wolves, and a layer of black fish scales on their bodies. These beasts were about 1 meter tall. At this moment, they were staring at her covetously and drooling. In the next moment, 2 Earth King beasts pounced on her. They opened their mouths and revealed their sharp teeth as they tried to bite her neck. She immediately took out a dagger from her boot and jumped onto the back of one of the Earth King beasts. She injected dark force into the dagger in her hand and viciously stabbed into the Earth King beast's head, which was its most fatal part. Whoosh! Roar! The sound of the dagger piercing into the head was accompanied by a sharp aura. That Earth King beast let out a low roar. When Fengjiu pulled out the dagger and blood splattered, the Earth King beast fell to the ground with a bang. The thick smell of blood instantly filled the air. Seeing that Earth King beast twitching on the ground and losing its life, the other 5 Earth King beasts' eyes turned red. They howled and pounced on Fengjiu again. Once the 5 rank 9 Earth King beasts released their aura, the aura in the air also solidified. The whistling airflow was as sharp as a knife and was not inferior to a martial arts grandmaster realm cultivator at all. If other students were to be surrounded by 5 or 6 rank 9 Earth King beasts, they would not be able to withstand it. However, Fengjiu relied on her strange movements and speed to circle around in the middle of them. Once she attacked, she would kill them instantly. With her strength, It was not difficult for her to deal with the rank 9 Earth King beasts. However, these level 9 Earth King beasts obviously had spiritual intelligence. After killing the other 4, she leaped onto the back of one of them. She grabbed its horn with one hand and was about to stab it with the other. However, the Earth King beast that suddenly charged over without regard for its life scratched her hand with its horn. The dagger in her hand also fell to the ground. Her body slid down from the beast's back due to the collision. However, at this moment, the Earth King beast suddenly started running. As it ran, it swung its body around, as if it wanted to use the force of the collision to kill her. Not only that, the beast behind it was also chasing after her. For a moment, she couldn't move up or down. She couldn't let go of the horn, even if she wanted to. She could only hold on tightly to the horn and try to take out the dagger again. However, the branches and branches that were flying around gave her no chance to stabilize her body. Her body slid slightly to one side, and she had to reach out with her other hand to hold on tightly to the horn to prevent herself from being flung away. Damn it! The branches scratched her body and tore her green clothes. She felt a burning pain, and her skin started to bleed. The Earth King beast was running at an extremely fast speed. It was as if it was trying to throw her off. After the Earth King beast rushed out of the dense forest, she could faintly hear the sound of torrential water not far away. She looked up and couldn't help but be shocked. Damn it! Stop! In front of her was a torrent of water. The turbid water was so deep that she couldn't see the bottom. If she were to fall in... Chapter 657. Her heart skipped a beat. She could feel her entire body floating in the air. Due to the powerful impact and inertia behind her, she was thrown forward. Even if she wanted to stabilize her body, she couldn't pull it back. At this moment, seeing herself falling headfirst into the torrent, she couldn't even scream. She was calculating in her mind. Once she fell into the water, she could directly enter the space. This way, she could at least save her life. However, just as she was thinking this, she saw a white figure appear in the air. He grabbed her collar and pulled her back to the side. Instantly, she felt her mind become muddled. After a while, she came back to her senses. She saw the person in front of her waving his sleeve. A visible spiritual aura was released from his sleeve. It directly wrapped around the 2 Earth King beasts that were trying to escape and threw them into the torrent. Ouch! A frightened cry was heard, but it was drowned out in an instant. She looked at the torrent and heard the torrent engulfing the 2 Earth King beasts. You dare to provoke 9th rank Earth King beasts? Do you want to die? Mo Chen's eyes were filled with anger. If he had not heard the commotion and rushed back, this young man would have died here. Fengjiu touched his nose and said, I didn't provoke them. They came to surround me. I couldn't run into the boundary at that time. She did not expect things to turn out like this. She did not even care about sacred beasts. Who knew that she would almost die in the hands of 9th rank spiritual beasts? It was embarrassing to say it out loud. Mo Chen coldly glanced at the young man. He waved his sleeve and turned to walk back. Seeing this, Fengjiu sighed and could only follow behind him obediently, saying, Thank you for saving me. The person in front of him didn't utter a single word and continued to walk forward. Fengjiu jogged beside him and asked, Didn't you go to catch those beasts? How did you hear the commotion here? Are you a teacher? A teacher of the spiritual academy? Mo Chun did not speak the entire way back to the boundary. However, when he saw the 4 corpses of 9th rank Earth King beasts in front of the boundary, his eyes flashed. He looked at the young man beside him and asked, You killed all of them? She scratched her head and looked around, asking, Is there anyone else here? Mo Chen looked at her deeply. A knife to the heart. The cut was neat and steady. It could be seen that the speed was extremely fast. The control of Xian energy was also very exquisite. Otherwise, it would not be possible to do this. This young man, time and time again, brought him surprises. Go into the boundary and treat your wounds. Don't wander. He watched Fengjiu enter the boundary before he left. Fengjiu simply bandaged the wounds caused by the branches. Seeing him leave, she looked around and walked out of the seal. She dragged the Earth King beasts into the seal and began to peel off the useful parts. After she dealt with the Earth King beasts, the man in white came back. But to her surprise, he caught 2 unicorn flame beasts for her. "It's for you." After saying that, he set up a barrier to trap the 2 one-horn flame beasts before turning around and leaving. Fengjiu blinked her eyes in astonishment. She looked at the 2 unicorn flaming beasts trapped in the boundary, and then at the white figure who turned around and left. For a moment, she didn't know what to say. Chapter 658. The single-horn flaming beasts were of the fire attribute, so they could produce fire crystals every year. However, the fire crystals that fell off were usually swallowed by the beasts themselves as the fire attribute energy in their bodies. What if she could stimulate the fire attribute energy in their bodies and make them produce fire crystals in less than a year? Well, she could try. The herbs that could stimulate the fire attribute were not particularly precious. Just mixing a few ordinary fire attribute herbs together should be able to achieve this effect. Therefore, once the idea came up, she immediately went back to the other bounded domain and started working. About an hour later, pills the size of longans were formed in her hands. They looked like mud and did not have the smell of herbs. On the contrary, they had the smell of meat. Come, eat." She squatted outside the bounded domain and threw out 2 pills. The 2 flaming beasts only glanced at them and then snorted and turned their heads away. However, when they smelled the smell, they could not help but turn back and pick up 1 pill in each mouth, as if they were afraid of eating too slowly. Fengjiu stared at the reaction of the 2 flaming beasts and saw that nothing happened after they ate the pills. However, after a few breaths, she saw them walking back and forth in the bounded domain irritably. The place on the beasts' heads where the fire crystals were stored gradually surged with a visible airflow. This airflow gathered with spiritual power and slowly condensed into crystals. Seeing the speed at which the crystals were condensing, Fengjiu could not help but widen her eyes in excitement. Although she increased the dosage of the pills, she did not expect the crystals to condense so quickly. Almost within a few breaths, a fire crystal was condensed on the forehead. After it was formed, the fire attribute energy in the fire crystal surged and then fell off again. After 7 or 8 more crystals were condensed, the fire attribute airflow on the flaming beast bodies gradually subsided. Fengjiu was stunned for a moment, then laughed happily. Looking at the dozens of fire crystals condensed by the 2 flaming beasts, her eyes lit up. She could only see a lot of contribution points waving at her. Therefore, she fed them 2 more crystals and squatted there to collect more fire crystals. When Imo-chan came back, he saw the 2 flaming beasts lying in the enchantment, looking as if they were on the verge of death. Their bodies seemed to have lost a lot of weight, and the fire attribute aura on the flaming crystals was so weak that it was almost invisible. That young man was sitting outside the enchantment with a big smile on his face, counting fire crystals. Looking at the fire crystals in the young man's arms, even he couldn't help but be astonished. There were only 2 fire beasts and most 2 fire crystals. Why were there so many in front of the young man? Where did he get it? "Ah, you're back." Fengjiu raised his head and looked at him. He saw a small snake with blue scales coiled around his left hand and a motionless Shuang Zhendir in his right hand. Fengjiu's eyes lit up. "You actually caught it so quickly?" "Hiss. This was a blue-scaled, venomous snake. And that Shuang Zhendir, it's said to be extremely fast. You actually caught it?" She hurriedly put away the fire crystals and ran over. She was very curious about the snake and deer in his hands. Imo-chan looked at the young man with a strange gaze. He did not ask where he got the fire crystals. With a wave of his sleeve, 2 ropes flew out and tied up the snake and deer. He said, "Don't go near them." With that, he removed the enchantment that trapped the flaming beasts. At the same time, he set up an enchantment between the snake and deer to prevent any accidents. Chapter 659. Imo-chan also looked at the 2 escaping flame beasts in astonishment. He wasn't astonished that they could still escape, but rather astonished that the 2 beasts looked at the young man with fear. He looked at the young man and saw that the young man was also staring at him. So he gave some instructions and left. After another 2 hours, Imo-chan once again caught 2 beasts. When he saw the young man sitting in the barrier and needing pills, he called out, "Come help me when you're done." Feng Jiu raised her eyes to look at him. She quickly kneaded the last bit of medicinal paste into a pill and put it away. After washing her hands, she walked towards him. Seeing that he had brought back 2 ninth-grade spirit beasts this time, she stared at the 2 spirit beasts for a moment and asked, "How do you want me to help?" "Take the herbs I want to use. Take the double treasure deer's blood when I tell you to take it." He didn't even raise his head as he instructed. He turned around and set up a barrier not far away, then took out a cauldron from his space and began to prepare. Seeing the cauldron, Feng Jiu opened her mouth. He was going to refine pills? He was an alchemist? Thinking of this possibility, her heart became excited. She immediately began to scrape off the blue scales on the blue spirit snake's body and took out the fat under the tricolored bee's skin. An alchemist. She hadn't seen an alchemist refining pills when she entered the academy. Now that she finally met one, she had to see how different his alchemy technique was from hers. On the other side, Imo-chun ignited the Earth's core fire to open the cauldron. He entered this mountain range for a 6th-rank elemental spirit pill. This pill must be refined by igniting the Earth's core fire, and some of the herbs must be fresh. Take the double treasure deer's blood, for example. He must take the double treasure deer's blood that was still warm and the congealed pill. Therefore, he came to the 10,000 Beast Mountain Range. Feng Jiu followed Yang Kai's instructions and retrieved the usable herbs from the bodies of the beasts, then quickly arrived behind Yang Kai. Seeing that Yang Kai had drawn out the Earth Core fire, Feng Jiu couldn't help being slightly surprised. Other than their own fire attribute flames, an alchemist could also draw out the Earth Core fire to refine pills. However, this Earth Core fire was not a flame from their own body, and the slightest mistake in controlling it would result in a furnace of pills being wasted. As such, very few people would use the Earth Core fire to refine pills. Since he dared to use it, it was clear that he had full confidence. With such confidence, how could he be an alchemist or pill grandmaster? Seeing that he was still burning firewood under the furnace, and that he was even using willow branches as firewood, her eyes moved slightly. She focused on watching the man in white form hand seals while adding medicinal ingredients into the furnace. That skillful technique, that method of alchemy that she had never seen before, was an eye-opener for her. About an hour later, a medicinal fragrance faintly floated out of the furnace. The medicinal fragrance spread and drifted between the forest, attracting a large number of spirit beasts and ferocious beasts. However, those beasts were isolated outside the boundary. They tried to break through, but failed. They could only walk back and forth outside the boundary. Get the double treasure deer's blood. Imo-chin's forehead was dripping with sweat. Refining pills had consumed a lot of his spiritual energy. At this time, he was focused on refining the pills in the furnace. He didn't even turn his head as he ordered Feng Jiu. "Oh, okay." Feng Jiu returned to her senses and quickly arrived in front of the tied double treasure deer. She used a dagger to cut a small hole and took out half a bowl of deer blood and brought it to him. She saw him use his hand to congeal qi, and the deer blood in the bowl was drawn into the furnace, leaving not a single drop behind. Chapter 660. She raised her head in astonishment and looked at the rolling clouds in the sky. She couldn't help but look at the man in white with excitement. He was refining a medicinal pill that was above the 5th rank. For an alchemist, pill recipes were extremely precious. Although she had a lot of pill recipes in her space, most of them were common ones. There were only a few that were above the 5th order. Even here, she couldn't tell what kind of pill he was refining. She originally thought that with the rolling clouds in the sky and him doing the final condensing of the pill lightning would be triggered for the final tempering very soon. However, she didn't expect that after another hour, the thunder still sounded, but the heavenly lightning didn't strike for a long time. She watched from his side with her heart in her mouth. Those spirit herbs that were put into the cauldron were all extremely precious spirit herbs, and from the looks of it, he only prepared one portion. If he failed, she clearly wasn't the one refining the pill, but she was more nervous and worried than the person refining the pill. After another 2 hours, Mofa retracted his hand and took a step back. At the same time, 3 heavenly lightning bolts struck from the sky and landed on the pill furnace. After the 3 rumbling sounds, the surroundings seemed to return to calmness. Only a rich and fragrant medicinal fragrance filled the air. It was done. The pill was done. She looked at him in a daze. She saw him turn his hand and pat the pill furnace. Only 1 pill flew out from the pill furnace. This is a 6th-rank medicinal pill. She cried out in surprise and looked at the pill veins that were surging with spiritual energy. Then she froze. Spiritual energy, pill veins. How could she forget such an important thing? Spiritual energy. She had spiritual energy in her dantian, but she couldn't condense it. Once spiritual energy entered her body, it would be directly absorbed into her dantian to nourish the green lotus. Without spiritual energy, she couldn't refine pills at all. Heavens! How could she have made such a big mistake? Why did she only remember now that she couldn't refine pills? When she refined the life essence pill, she hadn't eaten the green lotus yet. After that, she only cultivated her mystic energy aura. When she left the Phoenix dynasty, the flying ship she took was also controlled by spirit crystals. Although she knew that her spiritual energy aura had been used to nourish the green lotus in her stomach, she thought that she could at least nourish it until it bloomed, right? Since she couldn't cultivate her spiritual energy and couldn't build her foundation, she could cultivate her mystic energy. It wasn't a big deal. Thus, she didn't apply for the Spiritual Academy or the Profound Academy. Instead, she applied for the Alchemy Academy. But she forgot that refining pills also needed spiritual energy aura. No wonder she felt that something was wrong on the day of the exam, but she couldn't tell what it was. How did she make such a big mistake? If she couldn't condense her spiritual energy, how could she concoct pills? She was the only student in the alchemy department. If they were to find out. Thinking of this, she felt a headache coming on. What she didn't know was that her body wasn't completely devoid of spiritual power. After all, there was spiritual power in her dantian. After cultivating for so long, even if she couldn't condense it, there was still spiritual power in her body. It was precisely because of this that the 2 instructors, and even Mo Chun, didn't expect her to be unable to condense spiritual power. Chapter 661. What's wrong with you? His heart was moved, but he had already asked the question. Fengjiu took a deep breath and looked at the person in front of her. She sighed and waved her hand. Nothing. No one could help her with this matter. She had better think of a way herself. She walked over and threw the blue spirit snake out of the barrier. As for the double treasure deer, she bandaged its wounds and let it go. These were all spirit beasts that could be used to make medicine. She couldn't kill them in case she couldn't find them when she needed them in the future. Mo Chin didn't say anything. He just looked at the young man quietly. He saw that the young man had released the spirit beasts and was staring at the spirit beasts outside the barrier. Suddenly, the young man turned around and looked at him. Let's part ways here. Your pill has been refined. I don't plan on going back yet. Let's leave it at that. As she spoke, she tiptoed and lightly jumped out. She jumped onto a tree branch and went deeper into the forest. Seeing the young man leave, he was slightly surprised. However, he didn't chase after him. With his ability to kill a 9th-level Earth King beast, as long as he was careful, there shouldn't be any problems. Moreover, the pill had been refined. He still had to go back and get someone to send the pill back. Thus, he waved his sleeves and removed the barrier. At the same time, he leaped into the air and flew back on his flute. Fengjiu skimmed through the forest, following the tracks of the 2 flame beasts from before. When she found the flame beast territory, she set up a formation around it so that the flame beasts couldn't leave. Then, she threw out her pill and began to collect fire crystals. For half a month, other than the unicorn flame beast, she also collected a lot of fire crystals from the surrounding spirit beasts of the fire attribute. Those spirit beasts that were originally full of vigor had all lost a lot of weight after condensing dozens of fire crystals. Every time they saw Fengjiu, they would turn around and run away. One evening, a spirit beast of the holy level had almost been drained of its fire attribute energy. It was lying on the ground on its last breath. "All right, I'll leave some for you. Have a good rest and eat until you gain some weight. I'll come back later." Fengjiu smiled and patted the holy beast's head. She gave a chi-gathering pill. Satisfied, she was about to leave when she heard a deafening roar, accompanied by a woman's clear shout. She was slightly startled and looked towards the source of the voice. When she saw Yi Jing, whom she had met once before in a sorry state, being chased by a holy beast-rank black bear, she couldn't help but be slightly surprised. Yi Jing's aura was slightly chaotic, and her spiritual energy was almost exhausted. She couldn't dodge in time and was hit by the black bear's claw. She staggered and fell to the ground. The situation was critical, so she immediately shouted and flew out. A loud shout traveled outwards. When the black bear heard that voice, its body shrank back, and the paw it was about to slam down froze in midair. It turned its head around to look in the direction of the voice, and when it saw that it was indeed that human, it immediately shriveled up, let out a roar, and crouched down on the ground. Yi Jing was scared stiff. She thought she would be flattened, but she didn't expect that the black bear's paw wouldn't come down after hearing a shout. In that moment of life and death, she was so scared that she broke out in a cold sweat. She quickly stood up from the ground and was about to thank the person who saved her life. Why is it you? Chapter 662. Hee, isn't it me? She laughed awkwardly. Seeing that Yi Jing was guarding against her, she scratched her head and smiled embarrassedly. What a coincidence. You're injured? Let me help you bandage it. Don't come over. Her face turned pale and she stumbled back. However, her ankle was twisted and she fell back to the ground. Ah! She gasped and held her ankle with one hand. She broke out in a cold sweat from the pain. Fengjiu shook his head. Look, you're injured, right? I won't do anything to you. Why are you so nervous? She walked over and squatted down in front of her under her wary and panicked gaze. She reached out and was about to pull up her skirt slightly when she saw her shrink back abruptly. What are you trying to do? Fengjiu looked innocent and spread his hands. I'm just looking at your injury. Your skirt is covering it, so I can't see it. I have to pull it up. Don't mess around. Thinking that there was no one else around, and this young man had a criminal record, her face turned pale. She tried to stand up, but her other leg exerted force, and she fell back down. Fengjiu squatted there and watched her toss around. She couldn't help but touch her face and think to herself, do I have a perverted face? Yi Jing fell down again. She seemed to have twisted the injury on her leg even more. Cold sweat seeped out of her forehead. Seeing this, Fengjiu sighed and shook his head. He walked over and grabbed her foot to take off her shoe and socks. What are you doing? Pervert! Let go of me! Let go! Yi Jing screamed and struggled. She hit the young man who took off her shoe and socks. She was embarrassed, angry, and shocked. How could a woman's foot be seen by a man? This young man was really a pervert. Fengjiu saw that her ankle was swollen and she kept struggling, so she turned her head and waved to the big black bear that was squatting at the side. Little Black, come over and help hold her down. Don't let her move around. Roar. The big black bear, which was about 2 to 3 meters tall, let out a low growl. It got up and walked over obediently, step by step. Its 2 clumsy bare paws pressed Yi Jing down on the ground, preventing her from moving. Be gentle, be gentle. She's a beauty. Don't hurt her. She didn't mean anything by her words. She just thought that Yi Jing was a delicate beauty, and Little Black's rough hands and feet might hurt her. Although she reminded him, it didn't mean that in the ears of others. No, don't. Let me go. Ruofei, save me. She was, after all, a woman. She was pressed down by a big black bear and unable to move. In a place where she couldn't see, she felt her skirt being lifted up by the pervert. She was so shocked that her face turned pale. Her panicked voice was accompanied by a terrified cry for help, hoping that her good sisters could hear her and come to save her. Fengjiu shook her head. She didn't know that she was such a failure as a person. She originally thought that Yi Jing Ba wasn't a bad person after saving the child, so she wanted to help her. She didn't expect that she would treat her as a flower thief. But, Ruofei, did Yi Jing come here with a companion? A faint light flashed in her eyes. She raised her eyes slightly and looked at the trees not far away. There was a slightly chaotic aura there just now. At this moment, she looked up and saw a woman hiding behind the tree and looking at her. Chapter 663. The woman in white hiding behind a tree not far away also looked at the scene in front of her in horror. The Saint Beast rank big black bear actually obediently listened to the young man's words and pressed Yi Jing to the ground. She recognized that the young man in green was the pervert who took advantage of Yi Jing on the street that day. She only heard Yi Jing's panic cries for help and saw her being pressed to the ground. Although she couldn't see everything clearly because of the big black bear, from Yi Jing's panic cries for help, she could tell that the pervert was about to do that to her. Her palms were sweating, and her heart was beating wildly. If Yi Jing lost her chastity here, then Dada Wu. Suddenly, the big black bear turned around and roared, baring its sharp fangs that made one's hair stand on end. The pressure of a saint beast spread outwards like ripples, scaring Bai Ruofei, who was hiding behind the tree. She didn't dare to stay any longer and ran away. Whether Yi Jing was dead or alive, whether she lost her innocence or not, it was none of Bai Ruofei's business. Seeing the woman in white running away, Feng Jiu's lips hooked up. She looked at Yi Jing and said, "Hey, your companion ran away." Yi Jing was startled when she heard these words. What did you say?" At this time, she even forgot to struggle. "It's the woman who was standing next to you on the street that day. She heard you call for help just now, but now she's run away." As she spoke, she checked Yi Jing's ankle. Seeing that it was only a sprain and not a bone injury, she took out some medicine and applied it on her ankle. After rubbing it for a while, the medicine seeped into the skin and soothed the hamstring. Yi Jing's body stiffened, completely not noticing Feng Jiu's rubbing and pressing. Her mind was thinking, did Ruofei really hear her call for help? Then did she go to find someone to save her? She didn't want to think of her friend as someone who didn't save her. She thought that with this pervert and the Saint Beast rank big black bear here, it was normal that she didn't dare to come and save her. She should have gone to find someone to help her. All right. Feng Jiu stood up and stepped back. Xiaohei, let her go. The big black bear howled and obediently let go. It wanted to leave, but it secretly glanced at Feng Jiu and saw that she was smiling at it. It was so scared that it squatted at the side obediently. Yi Jing, who was lying on the ground, came back to her senses when she heard the sound. She glanced at the young man who had already retreated, and her gaze fell on her bandaged ankle. Her face couldn't help but heat up. She was a little embarrassed, a little apologetic, and also a little surprised. It seemed that she had really misunderstood this young man. "I'm sorry." She lowered her head and apologized. "It's okay. Who told me to look like a pervert?" She waved her hand and sighed. Hearing this, Yi Jing's face turned red and she lowered her head even more. "I'm sorry. I really didn't mean to misunderstand you." I know. Who asked me to attack your chest the first time we met? It's normal for you to misunderstand." She spoke quickly. Although it was the truth, when she heard this, she didn't feel anything. After all, there was nothing to be embarrassed about between two women. But Yi Jing was different. When she heard this, her entire face turned as red as a cooked shrimp. She quickly raised her head to look at the young man, but saw his indifferent expression. It was obvious that he didn't mean to mention it like that. She couldn't help but bite her lip and lower her head. Chapter 664. How did you provoke Xiaohei? It's been very obedient recently. It doesn't even attack people. Why is it chasing after you? Feng Jiu walked over and patted the obedient black bear. Xiaohei. Yi Jing looked at the 2 to 3 meter tall black bear and her eyelids twitched. That was a sacred beast. She really couldn't see how it was small. Yes, Xiaohei. I gave it a name. Don't be fooled by its size. It's just a big fool. Feng Jiu smiled and patted the black bear. Seeing it howl and lower its head, he couldn't help but take out a pill and spread it out in his palm. Here, eat it. When the black bear saw the pill in his palm, its eyes lit up. It immediately opened its mouth and leaned forward. This scene made Yi Jing's heart skip a beat. It wouldn't directly bite off the young man's hand, right? However, the scene she was worried about did not happen. Instead, the black bear rolled its tongue and swallowed the pill. At the same time, it stuck out its tongue and wanted to lick the young man's face. Fengjiu smiled and turned his head, saying, "Stop fooling around. Sit down obediently." Yi Jing was surprised. She looked at Fengjiu and saw that he was wearing the Star Cloud Academy uniform. She couldn't help but ask, "You're a student from the medicine department? You just joined this year?" The medicine department and the alchemy department both had green robes. It was said that the alchemy department only recruited one student this year. It couldn't be this young man. Then, he should be from the medicine department. "Yes, I just joined this year." As she spoke, she patted her robes and said, "I'm going back. What about you?" When she heard this, Yi Jing's hand couldn't help but touch her ankle. She shook her head. "I can't leave." "I know you can't leave. I'm asking if you need me to send you off." "Ow." Yi Jing looked at the young man, slightly startled. Hearing her words, Fengjiu smiled and patted the black bear beside him. "Xiao He, carry her." Roar. The black bear, who had just tasted the sweetness of the fruit, roared and went forward to carry the tiny human. It then looked at Fengjiu. "Let's go." After staying here for half a month, she had collected a lot of fire crystals, which were enough for her to trade for things in the Heaven Tower. Wait. Yi Jing, who was being carried by the big black bear, did not dare to move. She looked at Fengjiu and said, "My friend." Before she could finish, the young man interrupted her with a curl of his lips. "Take care of yourself. Your friend is much shrewder than you." She took a deep breath and moved forward, while the big black bear ran behind Fengjiu. A day later, they left the All-Beast mountain range. Fengjiu looked at Yi Jing, who had fallen asleep in Xiao Hei's embrace. He thought for a moment and said, "Xiao He, be a good person to the end. Send her back to the spiritual academy." The big black bear stared blankly at her, not knowing where the spiritual academy was. However, she rubbed her chin and thought for a while before saying, "Forget it. Let's go to my place first. You're too conspicuous. If you go to the spiritual academy, who knows what kind of trouble you'll cause." Thus, she brought the big black bear to her cave dwelling. When she placed the sleeping Yi Jing in her cave dwelling and walked out, she saw that the big black bear was still sitting in front of the cave dwelling. She couldn't help but be surprised. "Xiao He, why are you still here? Go back quickly." Roar. The big black bear growled and patted the grass with its clumsy paws. Chapter 665. Roar. The big black bear growled and rubbed itself against her. It was originally quite afraid of her, but it had been fed with pills along the way, so it no longer wanted to go back. Fengjiu was dumbfounded and was stunned for a moment. This isn't very good, right? She already had many beasts, so there's really no need for a big black bear. Moreover, it could not be used as a mount like Lao Bai, nor could it shrink into a meatball like the cloud-swallowing beast, nor could it turn into a chubby baby like the little fire phoenix. She really did not want to keep it. Roar. It suddenly stood up and pounded its chest with its paws, making thumping sounds as if it wanted to tell her that it was very strong. "Stop, stop, stop." She hurriedly stopped it. Although there was no one else here, it was still quite scary to beat it like that. She sighed, thought for a moment, and said, "How about this? If you don't want to go back for now, then help me guard the cave abode here. When you want to go back in the future, you can go back. I won't stop you. Now be good and guard here. I'm going to..." Before she could finish speaking, she heard the sound of hooves and the cloud-swallowing beast's voice. "Master." Fengjiu turned around and saw the cloud-swallowing beast lying on Lao Bai's back. She could not help but be surprised. Why was Lao Bai willing to let the cloud-swallowing beast lie on its back? Moreover, it had only been half a month, but these two beasts had not slimmed down. Instead, they had become fatter. What was going on? What have you done recently? Didn't I tell you to guard the cave abode and not wander around if there's nothing important? Her gaze landed on the cloud-swallowing beast. Compared to Lao Bai, who could only snort, the cloud-swallowing beast could speak. "Master, we didn't do anything good." As the cloud-swallowing beast spoke, It glared fiercely at the big black bear that had shrunk behind its master. Roar! The big black bear immediately lay down and hid behind Fungio, trembling. In the 10,000 beast mountain range, it was the king. Here, it saw a divine beast that you didn't do anything good? Then you did something bad? Fungio glanced at Tun Yun and felt that there was nothing in the alchemy department that could cause trouble for them. Master, your brother came to find you. He said he's in the tortoise courtyard. The cloud-swallowing beast hurriedly changed the topic, and then it lay on Senior White's head, not daring to raise its head. Seeing this, Fungio raised his eyebrows. He didn't ask what they had done during this period of time. After a few words, he went to the exchange point. He planned to exchange all the fire crystals, go to the Heavenly Tower to exchange for some good things, and then go to the Xian courtyard to see Guanxilin. The cloud-devouring beast heaved a sigh of relief when it saw her leave. At this moment, its gaze fell upon the big black bear that had shrunk behind the tree. Fungio stood there, looking at the middle-aged deacon in charge of exchanging points. He asked, "Excuse me, can extra fire crystals be exchanged for contribution points through live streaming?" Of course. As long as you can take them out, we'll accept them. The contribution points will be the same as the ones on the mission board, the middle-aged deacon said casually. He didn't think that such a young man could take out a lot of fire crystals. After all, there was only one fire crystal in a year. Not to mention that the fire crystal was closely guarded by that fire beast. How could it be so easy to get it? Chapter 666. Fungio pushed the small mountain of fire crystals forward. A total of 3,980 fire crystals, please. The middle-aged man swallowed his saliva and looked at the young man in front of him with a strange expression. You collected all of these yourself? Yes. She had caught almost all the spirit beasts of the fire attribute in the Thousands Beast Mountain range to collect so many. But thinking about it, it should be enough. There were nearly 2 million contribution points here. She didn't need to do missions for a long time. Moreover, she didn't need to spend money to exchange for treasures. It was quite worth it. How could it be? He's wearing green clothes. He's a student from the Pharmaceutical Institute, right? The Pharmaceutical Institute doesn't even have the strength to truss a chicken. How could they collect so many fire crystals? That's right. These fire crystals can only be formed by fire attribute spirit beasts that are above the 6th rank. The lowest grade spirit beast in the All-Beast Mountain range is the Unicorn Flame Beast. This beast is extremely fast, and it's impossible for ordinary people to catch it, let alone dig out its fire crystals. At this time, a great spiritual master student in the back paused and shouted, "I know. He must have used medicine on those spirit beasts. I went to the Thousands Beast Mountain range for a mission. These days, I kept meeting spirit beasts of the 6th level and above. Their fire crystals were all dug out by someone. Moreover, those spirit beasts were all skinny and looked like they had been ravaged. He must have done it." Hearing this, Fungio in the front turned around and blinked. Looking at the indignant person, he was a little confused. How she got it? What did it have to do with them? Did these people have nothing to do after eating? Too lazy to argue with them, she knocked on the table and said, "Hurry up and exchange for me. I still have things to do." The middle-aged man glanced at the young man in front of him and then started to count the fire crystals. He wiped his sweat as he counted. He had never seen such a workload and so many fire crystals in such a long time. Exchanging nearly 2 million contribution points in one go, this matter would probably alarm the mentors and deans of the various academies. An hour later, the middle-aged man inserted some contribution points into her jade token and registered everything. Seeing the young man turn around and leave, he couldn't help but feel surprised. He originally thought that he was from the medicine department, but he didn't expect that he was actually from the pill department. The pill department didn't have many students in recent years, so this youth should be the one who just entered this year. Seeing the young man leave, the few students who were exchanging contribution points looked at each other and left as well. When the middle-aged man saw this, he shouted, "Hey, didn't you want to exchange? Why did he leave?" As Fungio walked, he wondered what kind of treasures the Heavenly Tower would have. What kind of things could he exchange for with nearly 2 million contribution points? Thinking about it, he was really looking forward to it. However, after walking for a while, the road ahead was blocked by a few people. She looked up and was surprised to see the people standing behind her at the exchange point just now. She asked, "What are you doing?" "Brat, you're from the medicine department, right? The students of the Pharmaceutical Institute should have a lot of good stuff, right?" One of them crossed his arms and smiled at the skinny young man in front of him, completely ignoring the gazes of the surrounding students. Obviously, this wasn't the first time he had done this. Feng Jiu was stunned and his eyes widened. This was extortion. Was this an old student bullying a new student? She had long heard that such things would happen in some institutes, but she didn't expect to encounter it. Chapter 667. There were quite a few of them. She was wearing the blue robes of the Profound Academy. At this time, should she obediently hand over the Cosmos sack with both hands? Or should she just teach them a lesson? Or perhaps he could drug them without them noticing? If she encountered someone she couldn't fight back against, how would she react? She frowned and thought hard. After thinking about it, she decided to forget about it. The Academy forbade internal fighting. Even if she wanted to fight, she would have to fight on the competition stage. She glanced at them and saw that their chins were slightly raised, their faces as if she didn't dare to do anything. She suddenly revealed a smile. "There are many people here. Why don't we go over there?" Her small finger pointed at a small path not far away. They looked at each other and grinned. They signaled Feng Jiu to go first and followed behind her to the small path. Some of the surrounding students saw this and shook their heads. Why did those people target the students from the Medicinal Academy? They are local tyrants. They have done many things in private. That young man looks like a new student. It's no wonder he doesn't know anything. Should we inform the teachers about this? It has nothing to do with us. Why do we care so much? If those people find out, won't they teach us a lesson? The surrounding students spoke one by one. They only watched from the sidelines and didn't plan to interfere. However, not long after, they saw the young man in green clap his hands and walk out of the small path. When he walked in another direction, they couldn't help but be startled. Why did the young man come out? Where are those people? Yeah, where are those people? One by one, they spoke in astonishment. In the end, they couldn't resist the curiosity in their hearts and walked towards the small path. However, when they saw the scene on the small path, they couldn't help but widen their eyes in astonishment. This seemed to be a little different from what they had imagined. They saw that those people were hanging upside down from the tree beside the two people on the small path. They were only left with a pair of boxers. At this time, they were all unconscious and swaying among the trees like upside-down lanterns. It was very strange. The student swallowed and asked, "Do you think we should go and untie them? Are you full and have nothing to do? We didn't tie them up. What if they blame it on us later? Let's go. These people deserve it. Let them hang there and make a fool of themselves." As the students spoke, they glanced at the unconscious people hanging upside down and quickly left, as if they had never seen such a scene. On the other side, Feng Jiu hummed a little tune as he arrived at the Heaven Tower. Only then did he slow down and walk forward. He handed the jade token to the elder of the Heaven Guard Tower and smiled. "Teacher, I'm here to exchange for treasures." The old man took the jade token and glanced at the young man. Exchange for treasures? This was the first time someone had stated their intentions so directly. Every mystic artifact costs a different amount of contribution points. Go in and take a look. If you find something you like and you have enough contribution points, you can exchange for it, the old man said as he registered the information on the jade token. Student of the Alchemy Department, Feng Jiu, 16 years old. Thank you, teacher. Chapter 668. Hearing this, the old man raised his eyebrows slightly and looked at the young man in front of him. "I heard from his students at the foot of the mountain. I've been here for so many years, but I've only taught a few students. The students at the foot of the mountain don't have the honor of being taught by me." Hearing the old man's words, Feng Jiu's smile deepened. Yes, I know that you don't often teach, but when you do, you'll definitely be able to help the students choose the most suitable treasure." "Teacher, what about me? Which one in the Heaven Pavilion is most suitable for me?" She looked at him excitedly, waiting for him to teach her a thing or two. Seeing this, the old man couldn't help but smile. His expression was serious. Which student who came here didn't respectfully keep a distance from him? Only this brat was so thick-skinned as to come forward. Fine, I'll ask you, what kind of magic tool do you want to choose? I can't fly, can I? I'll choose a flying magic tool. It's not too luxurious or big, but it can be used as a means of transportation. It'll be even better if it can be used as a weapon or has defensive capabilities. She smiled embarrassedly and stared at the old man with shining eyes. You have a lot of requirements. He sneered and glanced at Fengjiu. On the second floor's innermost shelf, there's a mahogany box with a rainbow glass feather in it. After dripping blood on it, it can be used as a flying device or as a decoration to hang around your waist. This feather also has defensive capabilities. This weapon was made by a former weapon refiner of the Academy. It can withstand 3 attacks from a golden core cultivator and 1 attack from a nascent soul cultivator. Many students in the Academy have their eyes on this rainbow glass feather, but this feather costs 1,800,000 contribution points. Speaking up to this point, he glanced at the young man. Good things cost a lot of contribution points, but it's not like there aren't any that cost less. Take the second floor of the 3rd row on the 1st floor. There's also a flying device. It only costs 5,000 contribution points. Thank you, teacher. Fengjiu bowed respectfully to him. 1,800,000 contribution points. That was almost all she had. She was still thinking about how she could get so many contribution points and not have to worry about it for a long time. She didn't expect that it would be gone after a trip to the Heaven Pavilion. Rainbow glass feather? She wanted to see what kind of feather was worth so many contribution points. Following the old man's instructions, she went directly to the innermost shelf on the 2nd floor and took down a mahogany box on the top floor. The moment she opened it, 7 rays of light shot out like a rainbow. That kind of dazzling and beautiful light made her fall in love with it at first sight. No woman could resist beautiful things. This feather was simply too beautiful. It was only the length of a palm and looked like an ordinary feather. What was different was that it was flowing with 7-colored light. Layers of flowing light streaked across the feather like water ripples, one layer after another. It was dazzling and beautiful. This is it. She picked up the mahogany box and walked out. She came to the old man and placed the box in front of him. Teacher, I'll exchange it for this. The old man glanced at the mahogany box and asked, Do you have that many contribution points? There is. I just came back from a mission to exchange for it. She grinned and handed the jade tablet over again. Chapter 669. So much. Didn't your identity, Jade, token show that you just entered the academy? He couldn't help but ask, glaring at the youth. Or do you have someone backing you up? Fengjiu was stunned. She scratched her head awkwardly and said innocently, I don't have anyone backing me up. I earned this myself. Really, I just exchanged it with the contribution points I earned from collecting fire crystals at the All-Beast Mountain Range. Was she so untrustworthy? She was telling the truth, but why didn't anyone believe her? It would have been better if she hadn't said that she went to the All-Beast Mountain Range to collect fire crystals. The old man didn't believe her even more. Even though he was suspicious, the old man didn't say anything. He helped Fengjiu exchange for the rainbow glazed feather. After all, he had enough contribution points, so there was no reason not to exchange it for him. He was only thinking that he should get someone to investigate this young man's background when he got back. Could he be a relative of the dean? Did the dean secretly give him contribution points? But he rejected the idea as soon as it appeared. Impossible, the dean wasn't that kind of person. After the exchange, Fengjiu dripped blood on the feather to make it recognize her as its owner. She then took out a red ribbon and tied it around her waist. Looking at the dazzling rainbow glazed feather, she couldn't help but praise, It's so beautiful. Thank you for your guidance. I'm leaving now. I'll come again next time. She waved her hand and walked towards the Xian courtyard under the old man's stare. Along the way, the students who met her all looked at the feather on her waist. They were all surprised. The rainbow glazed feather was one of the 3 treasures that students wanted to exchange for the most in the Academy's Sky Tower. That rainbow glazed feather was refined by a revered weapon refiner of the Academy. The feather was almost weightless, but the rainbow-like rainbow light flowed across the feather like water ripples. It was extremely beautiful. What people wanted the most was that in addition to being an extremely fast flying magic tool, it could also withstand 3 attacks from a golden core cultivator and a heavy blow from a nascent soul cultivator. This was a life-saving magic tool. As far as they knew, the top 10 prodigies of the Academy had their eyes on the 3 treasures in the Heaven Pavilion. However, it was not easy to earn contribution points, especially when the exchange rate for these 3 treasures was so high. Ordinary students would not be able to exchange for them, even if they spent tens of years. He hadn't expected that he would see it on the waist of a green-robed student from the Pharmaceutical Institute. This news quickly spread throughout the Academy like the wind. Do you understand? One of the 3 treasures of the Heavenly Pavilion, the rainbow glazed feather, was exchanged by a green-robed student. Have you heard? The 7-color glazed feather was exchanged for by a student from the First Medicine Department. It is said that the student just joined this year. I've heard about it. Someone guessed that this student in green has a backer. That's true. Otherwise, how could he have been able to exchange for one of the 3 treasures, the rainbow glazed feather? The Academy's instructors don't have that much authority over contribution points. It's very likely that this green-clothed student is a descendant of the dean or the vice dean's family. That's impossible. I've heard that the dean's family isn't even here, let alone a disciple of the family. It must be the vice dean's. Otherwise, how could that student have earned one? 8 million contribution points for that feather? I don't know about that. However, I've heard that the top 10 prodigies of our academy have already gone out to look for that green-clothed youth. Chapter 670. Climbing up the main peak of the Profound Academy, he looked at the groups of students. Some were gesticulating under the trees, discussing martial arts. Some were sitting on the grass, chatting with smiles on their faces. Some were hanging upside down from the trees, their heads facing downwards, their eyes closed, and some. AI. They're all Nebula Academy students. The Alchemy Academy can't compare to the Shin Academy at all. She sighed. There were so many people on the main peak of the Shin Academy that she couldn't count them all. The atmosphere was lively and harmonious. It was a strong contrast to the desolate atmosphere of her Alchemy Academy. She walked forward with a harmless smile on her handsome face. She politely cupped her hands and asked a student of the Shin Academy, "May I ask?" As soon as she said that, before she even got close to that student, she saw that student pointing at her and crying out in alarm. "Look, the green-robed youth is here. He actually came to our Shin Academy." Almost as soon as she said this, everyone's eyes turned to her. Even the person on the tree, with his eyes closed, jumped up and opened his eyes to stare at her. What is this?" she asked in confusion. Looking at the students surrounding her, she couldn't help but take a step back. She saw that even the road behind her was surrounded by people, all of them staring at her. Then, their eyes fell on the rainbow glass feather at her waist. What are you doing?" "I exchanged for this." She instinctively covered the feather at her waist and stared at the crowd vigilantly. "Kid, where did you come from? You exchanged for the rainbow glass feather in less than a month after entering the academy? Where did you come from?" Feng Jiu was stunned and said innocently, "I don't have any background. I earned this myself." In all honesty, it was rare for her to obediently do missions to earn contribution points. Why was everyone asking her where she came from? Are you joking? You earn it yourself? The top 10 geniuses of the Rainbow Glass Feather Academy are all watching. They can't even earn one. 8 million contribution points to exchange for it. You, a rookie who just entered the academy, earned it in less than a month? Would anyone believe me? Feng Jiu's mouth twitched. Rookie? She was called a rookie again. Although she was a rookie, she really wasn't a rookie, okay? I earned this in the first place. I even dripped my blood on this feather to make it recognize me as its owner. I can't do anything if you don't believe me. However, what does it have to do with me, whether you believe me or not? Did these people think it was easy for her to change a feather? This feather had cost her 1,800,000 contribution points. She felt wronged. However, when everyone heard this, they were enraged. They all glared angrily at the innocent and aggrieved youth in front of them. How is it not related? Even we couldn't exchange for it, but you, a new student of the pharmaceutical department, managed to exchange for it. If you didn't get in through the back door, then what is? That's right. A treasure that even the top 10 prodigies of the academy couldn't exchange for was given to a rookie like you. How could it not be related to us? Senior Joe said that she wanted to exchange for this rainbow-glazed feather ever since she entered the academy. She worked so hard to earn contribution points for this feather. How sad do you think she would be if she knew that the feather she liked was taken by a rookie? Chapter 671. However, just as she was about to step back, she was blocked by the students behind her. Trying to leave? Since you're here, don't even think about leaving without explaining yourself. One of the students snorted coldly, crossing his arms as he stared coldly at the youth in green. That's right. Don't leave without explaining yourself. Another student said, blocking Fengzhou's path of retreat. Seeing this, Fengzhou blinked in astonishment and stared at them. What are you guys trying to do? Are you bullying me? Let me tell you, don't do anything rash. Hee, you dare to wear that rainbow glass feather in public, and you're still afraid of people messing around? One of the students stared at Fengzhou and said, the rainbow glass feather is one of the 3 treasures of the heavenly pavilion. The news of it being exchanged spread like wildfire. Not only us, but the people from the spiritual academy are also looking for you. Moreover, the 10 prodigies of the academy would also like to see what abilities a new student like you has to be able to exchange for this rainbow glass feather. Hearing this, Fengzhou glared at them angrily, feeling wronged and angry. You guys are too much of a bully. This is obviously a magic weapon that I earned. Besides, when did I show it off? This feather can be used as a waist accessory. If I don't wear it, where should I wear it? Hee, earn it yourself? Do you believe it? One of the students laughed loudly and looked at the surrounding students. I don't believe you. The surrounding students replied with a smile, raising their heads and laughing loudly. You guys are too much of a bully. Too much of a bully, she said angrily, glaring at them and warning them. You guys don't go too far. If you really piss me off, what will you do? One of the students laughed and asked. A faint light flashed in her eyes, and she suddenly laughed. I will hit people. Ha ha, hit people? You? Yes, I will really hit people, she said with a serious face. The people from the medicinal department told us that she will hit people. Ha ha, do you think that's funny? You will hit people? Why don't you try? I like to see how you will hit people, ha. However, Fengzhou shook his head and sighed. But that won't do. Didn't the academy forbid private fights? How could I hit you? What if the tutor finds trouble with me later? Just let me go. Otherwise, if you really piss me off, I will really beat you up. That's right. Why don't you try and fight? Ha ha ha. Kid, are you sure you don't know where this place is? This is the Profound Academy. You want to fight with the people of the Profound Academy? Hey, you've got guts. That's right. I've been in the Xian Academy for so many years, but I've never seen such an interesting thing. A student from a medicine academy is beating someone up in our Xian Academy? Ha ha. I really want to know how this kid fights. Brat, come. Show us a punch. Do you know how to punch? Do you need me to teach you? The student standing in front of Fengzhou said with a mocking smile, but before he could finish speaking, he saw a fist suddenly swing over. The sudden punch caught the student off guard, and with a bang his eyes hurt. At the same time, his vision went black and he fell straight to the ground. Hiss, you actually dare to hit me. Fuck, brat, you don't want to live anymore. Chapter 672. Everyone looked at the Xian Academy student who had been knocked unconscious by the youth's punch. They all angrily cursed and pointed at the innocent-looking youth. They felt that this person was too despicable. He actually attacked when he said he would. Taking advantage of someone's unpreparedness, he was too shameless. How dare he come to our Xian courtyard and behave so atrociously? Brothers, beat him up. If we don't teach him a lesson, he won't know how powerful our Xian courtyard is. Those students cursed angrily, one by one. They waved their fists at the innocent-looking green-clothed youth. Everyone surrounded him, scaring Fengzhou into crying out in alarm. Don't mess around. Her figure flashed, and her feet moved, instantly passing by them. Just as she was about to run down the Xian courtyard, she saw a man and a woman riding a white crane towards her. Ah, it's Senior Zhou and Senior Geng. It's true, they're really here. This youth is going to be miserable. That's right. The new student exchange for one of the three treasures of the Heavenly Pavilion, the rainbow glazed feather. They must be here to see who exactly this youth is. A mere new student is able to alarm the 10 heavenly prides of our Xian courtyard. His face is quite big. Haha, let's wait and see how he's dealt with. Senior Zhou and Senior Geng are from the Xian courtyard. In addition, they also have a huge force behind them. He even dares to snatch something that they want. This youth's skin is really tight. As the crowd spoke, the two people riding the white cranes did not dismount. Instead, they hovered in the air and looked down at the azure-robed young man. When they saw the colorful rainbow glass feather at the young man's waist, a glint flashed through their eyes. The man riding the white crane stared sharply at Fengjiu below and asked, "How should I address you? Junior brother?" Fengjiu glanced at the two people on the white crane and didn't intend to speak. Instead, he looked around and pushed aside the people blocking his way to leave. What a joke. Did she have to answer just because he asked? Was there anyone who asked someone with such a condescending attitude? She couldn't be bothered with him. When everyone saw that the youth in green only glanced at Senior Geng and was about to leave, they all sucked in a breath of cold air. Wasn't this green-robed youth a little too arrogant? How dare he ignore Senior Geng? When the white-clothed man on the white crane saw this, his eyes turned cold. He stared at the youth and asked again, "Junior, how should I address you?" The man's voice was cold and carried with it a wave of spiritual pressure. It was the pressure of a great spiritual master. At this moment, it attacked Fengjiu. The surrounding students of the Profound Academy could all feel the pressure of a great spirit master spreading through the air. However, the green-clothed youth acted as if nothing had happened. He didn't even raise his head as he continued walking, not affected in the slightest. "Hey, kid, didn't you hear what Senior Geng asked you? Brat, do you know the rules?" The surrounding students of the Xian Academy shouted and once again surrounded Fengjiu, blocking his path. Seeing this, Fengjiu sighed and looked at them. "What are you doing? We're all students of the same academy. Why are you making things difficult for me? I don't even want to bicker with you guys anymore, but you guys still don't stop. Don't you know that saints also have fire?" Chapter 673. Oh, you can get angry? Ha ha ha, why did he get angry? Fengjiu glanced at them and didn't say a word. No one saw her hand move under her sleeve. She raised her eyes and looked at the leaves that were gently swaying in the wind. She slowly raised her hand and brushed her hair. After a few breaths, she glanced at the students and continued walking. Thinking that she wouldn't be able to see her brother today, she decided to come again next time. Well, she could ask her brother to find her. After all, once the commotion here spread, he would know that she was here. "Kid, who allowed you to stop before he could say the word go?" The legs of the student who was about to step forward to grab the green-clothed youth gave way, and he fell forward to the ground due to inertia. "Ah, what's going on?" Cries of surprise rang out one after another. The students at the lower end of the wind fell to the ground one by one, unable to even stand up. As for those at the upper end of the wind, they were shocked by the scene in front of them. They all stared at Feng Nine with wide eyes. It's you, right? You're a student of the medicine department. You must have used despicable methods." The students who were upwind were cursing when they saw the youth in green raise his hand, and a gust of wind blew in their faces. They instinctively inhaled, but by the time they reacted, it was too late. They only felt the wind enter their bodies, and in the next moment, their legs went soft and they fell to the ground. Fengjiu looked at the students who were lying on the ground and said helplessly, "I told you not to block the way, but you didn't listen. What should I do with you?" The students glared at the helpless youth in green, feeling that he was despicable and shameless. If they fought, they could crush him with a single finger. Fengjiu looked at them and seemed to have guessed what they were thinking. He revealed a meaningful smile and said, "You should be glad that I used medicine." She flicked her sleeves and walked forward. However, a white figure floated down and stopped in front of her. "Junior brother, my name is Zhou Xian, a student of the Spiritual Academy. I would like to ask if you are willing to sell the rainbow glaze feather on your waist." I can buy it from you at a high price." Zhou Xian, who was wearing the white uniform of the spiritual academy, looked at the green-clothed youth before her with a gentle gaze. Her voice was gentle and sweet, so gentle that it brushed past the hearts of the males, causing them to feel a burst of numbness in their hearts. They couldn't help but wish that they had the rainbow glass feather, so that they could offer it to her with both hands. Fengjiu sized up the white-clothed girl in front of him. She was only 16 or 17 years old. Her face revealed a gentle beauty, and her aura was gentle. Unfortunately, the arrogance between her brows ruined her beauty, making her look much less attractive. Compared to Yi Jing's beauty, this girl called Zhou Xian paled in comparison. Not only was Yi Jing one of the top 10 prodigies, but she was also publicly acknowledged as the #1 beauty in the academy. Her limelight was naturally not something an ordinary person could compare to. Seeing the gaze of the green-clothed youth sizing her up, Zhou Xian suppressed her disgust and maintained a gentle smile. Her gentle gaze contained a bit of shyness as she looked at the youth in front of her. Previously, she had only taken a rough glance. Now that she looked at him up close, she found that this youth was very handsome. Chapter 674. Perhaps it was because the youth's appearance was too handsome, or perhaps it was because the light in his eyes was deep and mysterious. But Zhou Xian's initial disgust turned into a slight discomfort. Unexpectedly, her face gradually flushed red, and her expression carried the shyness and charm of a girl. Under the youth's gaze, her beautiful eyes shyly drooped, and a trace of nervousness that shouldn't have appeared in her heart. Fengjiu didn't pay attention to the change in her expression. She was only comparing this Zhou Xian to Yi Jing. She really didn't have any playful thoughts. What's more, she was a woman. Even if she admired a beauty, it was only admiration. She couldn't have any other thoughts. Thus, she revealed a smile and said apologetically, "I'm really sorry. I also like this feather, so I don't plan on selling it." Zhou Xian looked at the charming smile on the youth's handsome face and unconsciously became lost in it. She stared blankly and softly murmured, "Oh, it's fine. I was just asking." In the air, when Senior Gung saw Zhou Xian's infatuated eyes looking at the youth, a trace of coldness unconsciously flashed through his eyes. His eyes darkened, and when his gaze fell on Fengjiu, a trace of killing intent flashed through his eyes. It was undeniable that this cyan-clothed youth's appearance was very outstanding. His handsome face was extremely rare in the entire academy. Before, when he didn't reveal a smile, his appearance was different. It was no wonder that Junior Zhou was infatuated with him. This youth, as long as he was willing, had the qualifications to make women infatuated with him. The students of the Xian Academy who were lying on the ground after being drugged were all dumbfounded. Most of the students in the Xian Academy were men, and, at this time, almost all of them were male students. Among them, there were many who adored the beautiful Zhou Xian in front of them. But when they saw that the girl they adored couldn't even resist the youth's smile and was lost in it, they were stunned and angry. Too hateful. Not only did he come to their profound academy to flaunt his strength, he even used drugs to make them weak and unable to stand up. But the most hateful thing was that this youth dared to seduce Senior Zhou in front of so many of them. He simply treated them as if they didn't exist. This was really going too far. "All right then, I'll leave first," Fengjiu said with a smile. She glanced at Zhou Xian, who was staring blankly at her, before walking away. This time, no one stopped him and no one tried to stop him. Everyone watched as the green-robed youth swaggered away. On the other hand, dozens of students were lying on the ground in front of the Xian Academy. Along the way, the academy disciples they met all stared at her, as well as the rainbow glazed feather at her waist. Their stares made her hair stand on end, and she finally couldn't take it anymore and removed the feather from her waist. Seriously, it's as if they haven't seen the world. Isn't it just a feather? Wasn't it just a magic treasure? All of them are staring at me like hungry wolves staring at meat. Their drooling looks are really unbearable. She muttered to herself and walked along a small path. When she reached a more remote place, she tossed the feather into the air. Her eyes lit up when she saw the feather glowing brightly in front of her. She leaped onto the feather and sat on it. Only then did she head towards her cave. Chapter 675. When she returned to the cave abode, she saw Little Black obediently guarding outside. Old White was also wandering around outside the cave abode. Little Tun Yun, on the other hand, was lying lazily on the grass without even lifting its head. Is Yi Jing still not awake? She was puzzled. She walked past the three beasts and entered the cave abode. Only then did she see Yi Jing, who was already awake, sitting by the stone table. You're awake. Why aren't you leaving since you're awake? She did not ask that question. Yi Jing turned around and saw the rainbow-glazed feather hanging from the youth's waist. She could not help but be surprised. Why do you have this? Hearing that, Feng Jiu smiled and sat down by the table. He took the feather and played with it in his hand. Of course, I exchanged it with the contribution points I earned. Hearing that, Yi Jing was stunned. She thought about how even the holy beast-level black bear listened to him obediently. She could not help but move her lips, but did not ask, although she felt that it was a little unbelievable. However, when she followed the youth out, the various beasts in the 10,000 Beast Mountain range either avoided or ran away when they saw him. She could not explain that strange phenomenon. This youth clearly did not look strong. Previously, she had chased him all over the streets, but he seemed to have other ways to deal with beasts. Many students are watching this rainbow-glazed feather. You have to be careful in case they find trouble with you, she reminded softly. Hee, I know, she replied with a smile. She did not tell him that she was almost unable to return just now because she was surrounded by people. Looking at this carefree young man, she revealed a gentle smile. Thank you. Seeing the youth wave his hand nonchalantly, she asked softly, You're the new student in the Pill Institution this year, right? Yes, Feng Jiu replied. He took out 2 fruits from his sleeve and threw one to her. Yi Jing caught it and asked, I still don't know your name. Can you tell me? Feng Jiu. I'm Yi Jing. She smiled and said, You know me. Yes, I know. One of the top 10 prodigies in the institution and the number 1 beauty in the institution, she said with a smile. She looked at her and nodded. You are indeed worthy of the title of number 1 beauty. Hearing this, Yi Jing could not help but laugh and said, What number 1 beauty? It's just a joke made by the students of the academy. Seeing this, Feng Jiu rolled his eyes and stared at her for a long time. He smiled and asked, Let me ask you something. Seeing the youth staring at her like that, Yi Jing was a little embarrassed and asked, What's the matter? This young man was really handsome, but he gave people a very strange feeling. He was clearly looking at her, but his eyes didn't have the desire and infatuation that some people had. Instead, there was only magnanimous admiration, which made her look at him in a new light. Are you engaged? Is there anyone you like? Yi Jing didn't expect the young man to ask such a question. She was stunned for a moment, and her face turned slightly red. If she didn't see that there was no other meaning in the young man's eyes, she would have thought that he was interested in her. I'm not engaged yet, and I don't have anyone I like. After saying this, she felt embarrassed and asked, Why are you asking this? This is good. Let me tell you. Chapter 676. When Yi Jing heard this, she opened her mouth wide in shock. She looked at the smiling young man who was acting as a matchmaker and was speechless for a long time. How about it? Actually, you don't have to agree right away. Just meet him and see if he fits your eyes. If he's not bad, you can just take it one step further. Let me tell you, I'm introducing my brother to you because I want to meet you. Other women don't even have this chance. Hearing this, Yi Jing didn't know whether to laugh or cry. This young man had once again refreshed her impression of him. Really, how should she put it? It was strange and interesting. It's getting late. I have to go back. She stood up with a smile and brushed her clothes as she looked at the young man. Can you walk on your feet? Do you need me to send you off? Feng Jiu also stood up and asked. She smiled and shook her head. No need. Before you came back, I blew the whistle to call the white crane over. It should be here soon. Thus, Feng Jiu only sent her out of the cave and waited outside with her. He said, I'm serious. Think about it again. When there's a chance next time, I'll introduce him to you. Yi Jing only smiled and didn't say anything. When she saw that the big black bear was still sitting there, she couldn't help but ask, "Isn't it going back? Why is it still here?" It's relying on me." Fengjiu helplessly shrugged. Seeing this, Yi Jing was slightly stunned and then laughed softly. When she saw the white crane flying in the sky and circling for a while before stopping in front of her, she looked at the young man beside her and said, "Fengjiu, it's nice to meet you. I'll come again next time." Hearing this, Fengjiu's smile deepened. "It's nice to meet you. You're welcome to come again when you're free." He smiled and watched her leave on the white crane, disappearing over the other side of the mountain. At the same time, the students of the Profound Academy brought people to the medicine department after they recovered. They planned to settle the score with the young man in green, who knew that after asking the entire medicine department, they couldn't find him. I heard that there's a new student in the medicine department this year. Could that brat be from the medicine department? Let's go. Let's go take a look. I don't believe we can't take care of him." Thus, the large group of people headed toward the alchemy department. On the other side, the old man from the Heaven Pavilion had found the dean and the vice dean and told them about Fengjiu. He wanted to see their reactions. After all, it wasn't normal for a new student to be able to take out one. 8 million contribution points to exchange for treasures. Who would have thought that the two of them, who hadn't paid much attention to the old man's words, would be stunned for a moment? The Vice Academy head even stood up in shock. "Who are you talking about? Fengjiu? Is it really Fengjiu?" "Yes, his name is Fengjiu. He's 16 years old and looks quite handsome." The old man nodded and glanced at the excited vice president. "Is this young man a relative of the vice president?" What are you talking about? If this old man had such a relative, it would be great. Let me tell you, this young man, I've been looking for him for a long time. I didn't think that he would really enter our College of Stars and Clouds. Even more so, I didn't think that he would run to the alchemy department. This brat, could it be that he knows alchemy? Thinking of this possibility, the vice president's heart was filled with excitement. Seeing this, the old man was puzzled and asked, "Why are you so excited? Isn't it just a young man?" Chapter 677. The vice president laughed heartily. Just as he was about to go to the alchemy department to take a look, a mentor hurried in. "Dean, it's not good. The students of the Profound Academy are all saying that they're going to settle accounts with someone. Nearly 100 of them are running to the alchemy department." When they heard this, they were stunned. The dean asked, "What's going on?" "They're running to the alchemy department to settle accounts?" "That's right. One of the 3 treasures of the heavenly court, the rainbow glass feather, was exchanged by a young man in green. The rainbow glass feather is a treasure that all the top 10 geniuses of the academy are eyeing, but now it's in the hands of a new student. Not to mention that they didn't do anything. The people of the academy were all agitated when they saw the feather on the young man's waist. The instructor wiped his sweat and said, "It's just that I don't know what happened to this young man, but he ran to the Shin Academy." Those Shin Academy disciples stopped him and asked him if he had a backer or something like that. Later on, they formed a shield and didn't make a move. It was just that the students of the Shin Academy were all lying on the ground. When the elder of the heavenly court heard this, his mouth moved, but he couldn't say anything for a long time. After the people of the Profound Academy recovered, they went to the alchemy department. The alchemy department said there was no such person, so they ran to the alchemy department. There are over 100 of them. I couldn't stop them. I was afraid something would happen, so I came to ask how we should deal with this matter." "Nonsense," the vice president shouted. He knew that although the young man was strong and talented, he was humble and kind. Why would he wear the rainbow glass feather and show it off everywhere? He had probably gone to the Xian courtyard to look for his elder brother, Guan Shilin. However, these disciples of the Xian courtyard were too much. With this young man's strength and cultivation, how could he not earn nearly 2 million contribution points after entering the courtyard? Although this was a bit heaven-defying, it shouldn't be difficult for such a talented young man, right? But the people of the Profound Academy were too much. They couldn't exchange for it, but they couldn't let others exchange for it. Thinking of this, the vice president shouted angrily, "You're all going against the heavens. Are there any rules?" He turned to speak to the dean, then led the mentor of the Profound Academy to the alchemy department. The elder of the heavenly court saw the vice president fling his sleeve angrily and couldn't help but ask the dean, "Is that young man really not related to him?" The dean smiled. He stroked his beard. He come, have a seat. Let me tell you about this. Some of the students of Ashian Academy had flying transports, while some didn't. Therefore, some carried those who didn't. In less than half an incense stick's worth of time, the hundreds of people arrived at the peak of the Alchemy Academy. They looked around and learned from Deacon Sun about Feng Jiu's cave abode. S. On. The S. To inn of residence. On. Re. It out. Come out now. Feng Jiu heard the commotion outside. He was slightly startled. Then he got up and put on his clothes. Outside, the big black bear that had gone to the nearby forest to look for food with Lao Bai heard the commotion in the cave and rushed back. When it saw that there were quite a few people gathered there, it immediately let out a furious roar and pounced towards those people. Roar. Chapter 678. Bang! The big black bear landed heavily on the ground and stood guard in front of the cave. It bared its sharp teeth and stared at the students who were quickly retreating. Its holy beast aura surged out along with its low roar, causing the students who were quickly retreating to turn pale in fright. Heavens! Why is there a holy beast-level big black bear here? The students who were originally surrounding the cave turned pale and did not dare to step forward. With their cultivation, they could not deal with a holy beast at all. However, this holy beast should be in the depths of the All-Beast mountain range. Why would it come here? Roar! The big black bear roared angrily, but it did not pounce forward because Feng Jiu had told it that it could not harm the people in the academy. Therefore, it only wanted to scare them. Not far away, Lao Bai slowly trotted over on its horse's hooves. It raised its head and glanced at the surrounding students. 2 streams of breath came out of its nostrils. When it saw that there was not even a beauty among them, it shook its ponytail in boredom and found a place to lie down. Damn, what kind of strange horse is that? Why is there such a thing in the academy? Look, there's a little pet at the entrance of the cave. A student exclaimed and pointed at little Tun Yun, who was walking out of the cave with its short legs and lying at the entrance. The furry little Tun Yun looked harmless. No one could tell that it was a divine beast. Is this really where that kid from the Alchemy Institution lives? Not a place to raise beasts. At this moment, Feng Jiu, who was dressed in green, walked out with a rainbow glass feather at his waist. He glanced at the hundreds of people and smiled. "What are you doing? Kid, you still dare to smile." One of them saw Feng Jiu and glared at him. "You came to our Xian institution to show off your strength. Today, we will definitely not let you off." "That's right. Kid, come out. We want to challenge you." "That's right. We'll definitely let you know how powerful we are." Hearing this, Feng Jiu chuckled. He crossed his arms and leaned against the cave. "Forget it. You're really too weak. I'm a little embarrassed to fight you. Hurry up and go back. Otherwise, I won't be able to hold my little black back if he loses his temper." Roar! As if confirming Feng Jiu's words, the big black bear growled after she finished speaking. When the disciples of the mysterious academy who were about to step forward saw this, they immediately took a step back. Some were angry, some were unwilling, and some were staring at the young man in green with hatred. "All of you attack. We don't believe that we can't beat this brat." A student shouted loudly and took the lead to rush forward. When the others saw this, they all clenched their fists and rushed forward. Half of them surrounded the big black bear, while the other half broke through the cave's barrier. Looking at the chaotic scene outside, Feng Jiu was really shocked. He hurriedly shouted, "Do you really want to die? My family's little black is a saint beast. Just one palm from him is enough to make you suffer. Oomph, I want to beat you up. Who cares if it's a saint beast? If we came here for nothing, that would be embarrassing. Yes, I want to beat you up." Hearing this, Feng Jiu widened his eyes. You're too much of a bully. How could there be hundreds of people besieging her? These people were too much. Did they really think she was easy to bully? Good, you forced me, so don't blame me. Chapter 679. All of you stay your hand. A thunderous roar came from the sky, and a wave of pressure spread out in all directions, causing the people below to stagger back a few steps. Their blood and chi were boiling in their bodies, as if they were about to rush up to their throats. They looked up at the sky in shock, and with one look, they immediately withered. It's the Vice Academy head. What's the Vice Academy head doing here? Even the Vice Academy head has been alerted. Fengjiu looked up to see the old man's robes fluttering as he flew through the air with an instructor. In the blink of an eye, they landed in front of the cave. When she saw the old man coming towards her, she couldn't help but smile and take a step back. Who took the lead to cause trouble here? The Vice Academy head glared at the students who had lowered their heads. Do you want to be expelled? Hurry up and get out of here. When the students heard the word expelled, they were so frightened their palms began to sweat. Not daring to linger, they hurriedly left. Not a single one of them remained. When he saw this, the instructor who came with the Vice Academy head shook his head and sighed softly. Only then did he look at the azure-clothed youth standing in the cave abode. "Ha! Fengjiu, why aren't you opening the formation and letting me in?" The Vice Academy head narrowed his eyes at Fengjiu. He was delighted to see the young man again. He'd personally witnessed Tang Wulin's strength and talent. He was confident that if it were him, Star Cloud Academy would stand out among the other academies in the triennial inter-academy competition. Fengjiu scratched his head and smiled awkwardly. He opened the formation and invited the old man in. "Vice Academy head Guan, long time no see. This old man has been waiting for you for a long time. I thought you were fine. I didn't expect you to come to the pill department." He walked in with a smile and looked around the cave. Then he looked at Fengjiu. "You also know how to refine pills?" "Haha, I'm learning. Old man Guan sat down at the stone table and looked at Fengjiu. "Well, I heard that you went to the Xian courtyard. You must have gone to find your brother." Hearing this, Fengjiu was astonished. Could it be that my brother directly used the token to enter the academy? That was not possible, right? She still knew his character. Even if he could get in through the back door, with his character, he would still want to use his own strength. Haha, that's not the case. It's like this that old Guan smiled and told Fengjiu about Guan Shilin entering the academy. In the end, he said, "Since he is your sworn brother, I wanted to take care of him and let him go to the Xian Tower. That's why he is not in the Xian courtyard right now." Hearing this, she came to a realization. "Oh, so that's how it is. I was wondering why he didn't come out when I went to the profound courtyard and caused such a big commotion. You've been buried in the alchemy department. I want to transfer you to the spiritual department. What do you think?" "No, how can that be?" Before Fengjiu could say anything, two voices came from outside. The two of them turned around and saw the two alchemists who had helped Fengjiu with the examination that day rush in. "Vice Academy head, Fengjiu was recruited by the two of us. He is the only student in the alchemy department. We have high hopes for him. How can you transfer him to the spiritual department? His talent in alchemy will be buried if he goes to the spiritual department." "Absolutely not." Chapter 680. The vice president was stunned for a moment before he said to the two, "You don't know, but his talent won't be wasted if he goes to the spiritual academy. I met him before he entered the academy and gave him a star token to come to the Star Cloud. Who knew that he would come to the alchemy department? So I want to transfer him to the spiritual academy." No. If he's transferred to the spiritual academy, what will happen to our alchemy department? It wasn't easy for us to recruit him, and he's the only student in our alchemy department. If he's transferred to the spiritual academy, then the alchemy department. The two alchemists were anxious. It wasn't easy to recruit a student, but the vice president wanted to transfer him to the spiritual academy? How could that be? Outside, the big black bear and White glanced into the cave abode and then walked away. Inside the Immortal's cave, the vice-chancellor and the two alchemists were arguing. Seeing this, Fengjiu stealthily prepared to slip out of the cave. However, as soon as she stepped out of the cave, the vice-chancellor shouted, "Enough! Stop arguing. Anyway, he's a student of the academy. How about this?" As the vice president spoke, he looked at Fengjiu, but noticed that he had already walked to the entrance of the cave. He couldn't help but shake his head and say, "Fengjiu, you can stay in the alchemy department, but you have to participate in the academy tournament." "Vice President, this isn't too good, right?" Before she could finish her words, she was interrupted. "There's nothing bad about it. It's decided then. Go and report to the Spiritual Academy tomorrow. Okay, it's decided then. After saying that, he didn't say anything else as he walked out and left on his flying sword. Seeing this, the two alchemists looked at Fengjiu and asked doubtfully, "What's the level of your spiritual power?" There were so many people in the academy, but the vice president had targeted him. Could it be that his talent and spiritual power was heaven-defying? I'm only able to protect myself, she said embarrassedly. Now that she couldn't use her spiritual power and was stuck in the spiritual academy, she only knew that it was urgent to find a solution. Hearing this, the two alchemists asked him how he had been learning the basics of alchemy recently. They told him to ask them if he didn't understand anything and told him that the alchemy department was relying on him to work hard. Finally, they left together. Sigh, what should I do? She lay down on the grass under the tree outside the cave and sighed, feeling a headache coming on. The fire phoenix was meditating. Otherwise, she could have asked it about the green lotus. But now, she didn't even have someone to talk to. That's right, the Academy's treasure might have the answer I want. She leaped up and headed straight for the treasure. She stayed in a bed for 3 days and 3 nights. She stayed there for 3 whole days and 3 nights without coming out. She read almost all the books related to it. Finally, she made some progress. Having not rested for 3 days and 3 nights, she looked a little tired, but her eyes were shining with a dazzling light. It was indeed the Chaos Green Lotus. The Primal Chaos Green Lotus could cultivate primal chaos techniques. With the two complementing each other, the Chaos Cultivation method could nourish the Chaos Green Lotus. Thinking of this, she quickly returned to the Immortal's cave and flashed into the space. She found a shabby book among the cultivation methods left to her by her master. That's it. Chapter 681. After finding the Heart Sutra, she immediately started cultivating in the space. The spiritual chi in the space was much denser than outside, so her cultivation speed was much faster. Because of this, she forgot about what was happening outside. Half a month later, Fengjiu? Fengjiu, are you there? Yi Jing called out from outside. Because the cave had a barrier, she couldn't enter, so she could only call out from outside. Fengjiu, who was in the space, heard the commotion outside and slowly opened her eyes. After cultivating for so long, her spirit had become better and better. Under the guidance of the Primal Chaos Heart Sutra, the spiritual energy in her body could finally circulate. As for the Green Lotus, because of the Primal Chaos Heart Sutra, it was wrapped in a layer of gray mist. It was this layer of gray mist that prevented the Green Lotus from automatically absorbing the spiritual energy in her body. Nourishing the Green Lotus isn't something that can be done in a day. It's impossible to make it bloom in a short period of time. Since that's the case, I can only cultivate and separate a strand of spiritual energy to nourish it. She softly muttered and got up to look at the little fire phoenix, who was still meditating. The little fellow seemed to be asleep, wrapped in a ball of flames. She could only vaguely see it inside. Hearing the commotion outside, she appeared in the cave and looked down at her slightly wrinkled clothes. She casually tugged and pulled, then opened the barrier and walked out. Yi Jing, why are you here? Seeing her, she was a little surprised. She didn't think that she would really come looking for her. Didn't you ask me to come here often? Yi Jing smiled and walked forward. Actually, I didn't come here to chat with you. The teacher asked me to come over and take a look. The vice head wants you to report to the Spiritual Academy. Why haven't you come over yet? She was stunned and patted her forehead, saying apologetically, I forgot about it. I've been busy recently, so I forgot about it. Yi Jing pursed her lips and smiled. Then quickly come with me. The people in the Spiritual Academy are very curious about you. Then wait for me. I'll go take a shower and change my clothes. I'll go with you. I haven't bathed for nearly half a month. My body smells. She tugged at her green clothes and sniffed them, her face full of disdain. Hearing this, Yi Jing laughed softly and said, All right, then I'll wait for you under the tree. Hurry up. Thus, she walked over to the big black bear that was waiting under the tree. She was no longer as fearful of Xiao He as she was in the 10,000 Beast Mountain range. She knew it would not harm her, so she was quite at ease. Fengjiu could not help but smile when he saw her sitting beside Little Black and chatting with it. Suddenly, he seemed to have thought of something. He looked around and did not see Lao Bai or Little Tunyun. He could not help but raise his eyebrows. Where did the two beasts go? She did not pay much attention to them recently and did not pay much attention to them. She really did not know where they went to cause trouble. However, she thought that no matter where they went, they should only be at the Alchemy Academy's mountain and not anywhere else. Thus, she did not pay much attention to them. After about the time it took for an incense stick to burn, Fengjiu changed into green clothes after bathing. He instructed Xiao He to guard the cave before he went back to the Spiritual Academy with Yi Jing. Not long after the two of them left, Lao Bai, whose stomach was round from eating, came back with Little Tun Yun lying on its back. When the big black bear saw the two beasts return, it excitedly ran up and roared. Chapter 682. Illo. Seeing this, Big Black Bear excitedly roared and sat on the grass, grabbing the spiritual herbs and eating them. Many of them were spiritual ginseng. These spiritual ginseng were of different sizes, and the thinnest one was only the size of a finger. Of the three beasts, one was eating while the other two were watching. Obviously, this was not the first time they had done this. It turned out that after they came here, there was nothing to eat in the alchemy department. They ran to the neighboring Medicine Peak to steal spiritual herbs and spiritual fruits. Aside from spiritual herbs, the Medicine Peak also planted spiritual fruits. After eating them once, they became addicted. Naturally, there would be a second time. In addition, the ranks of the two beasts were not low, and they were fast. When they did something bad, one would steal and the other would keep watch. In this month, although the Medicine Peak was in a mess, no one was able to find them. Meanwhile, Lao Bai had also developed a new specialty by stealing spirit fruits and spirit herbs. As long as it swallowed something that it did not chew, it could store it in its stomach. When spat it out, it would be intact. Its stomach was like a moving chinquan bag. However, it was different from a chinquan bag. Even if it was a freshly picked spiritual herb, it would still be fresh after a few days. Little Black became the little brother of the two beasts and was in charge of guarding the cave. When they went to the alchemy department to steal spiritual herbs, they would naturally bring some back for Little Black. In just half a month, Little Black was fed with spiritual herbs and spiritual ginseng every day. Although the alchemy department was trying to catch the thief who stole the spiritual herbs, they would never have thought that it was not a human who stole the spiritual herbs, but two beasts. On the other side, Yi Jing brought Fengjiu to the Spiritual Academy. When the two of them walked in, the students of the Spiritual Academy all looked at Fengjiu. With a glance, they knew that this green-clothed youth was the new student who went to the Profound Academy and defeated dozens of students without even lifting a finger. He was also the one who exchanged for one of the three treasures of the Heavenly Pavilion, the rainbow glazed feather. Everyone's gazes paused on the young man's handsome face for a moment. Then, they shifted their gazes and landed on the colorful feather on his waist. They had to admit that the rainbow glass feather on this handsome young man was really beautiful. It was hard to ignore it, even if one wanted to. The spiritual academies are divided into 4 grades: Heaven, Earth, Profound, and Yellow. The Heaven grade students are the most valued by the academy. Every student is a seed student that has been carefully selected. You were personally chosen by the Vice Headmaster. As long as you register, you will be a Heaven grade student of our spiritual academy. As Yi Jing spoke, she brought Fengjiu to the instructor's registration area. She stopped outside the courtyard and said to Fengjiu, "It's inside. Go in. I'll wait for you here." Fengjiu nodded and went to the registration area inside. After recording his name and other information, he finally received a jade token and walked out. Looking at the jade badge, Yi Jing smiled and walked forward. "I'll bring you around the spiritual academy to familiarize yourself with it." When the two of them walked out, they saw that the outside of the spiritual academy was already surrounded by students of various grades. Each and every one of them stared at Fengjiu with unkind gazes. Seeing this, Yi Jing was about to speak, but she was stopped by a Heaven grade student. Junior sister Yi Jing, we want to exchange pointers with a new junior brother. You don't have to interfere. Just watch from the side. As soon as that student finished speaking, a few girls walked out from the side and brought Yi Jing to the side. Chapter 683. Hearing this, everyone was startled. The heaven-ranked student in the lead frowned and asked, "What treasure? Didn't you want to ask me for advice? You want me to give you advice without any treasure?" She looked at the man with an infuriating expression and said in an arrogant and wanton tone, "If you want to fight me, you have to prepare a treasure first. Otherwise, who would play with you for fun?" As soon as she finished speaking, she looked at everyone who was glaring at her after hearing her words. She smiled and said, "It's the same for all of you. If you want to fight with me, then prepare your treasures. If I lose, the treasures will naturally not be yours. But if I win, hee, you know what I mean." Looking at the students who were rubbing their fists and releasing spirit force, the smile on her handsome face disappeared. She narrowed her eyes and warned, "Don't think about fighting because you don't have any treasures. If you dare to fight, I'll report you to the vice president. I believe you all know that the vice president is my backer. If you have the guts, come and fight." When Yi Jing, who was blocked by a few female students, heard this, she couldn't help but reveal a smile. He directly brought up the vice president. Was he sure the vice president wouldn't jump to his feet when he found out? Originally, the people in the academy felt that his contribution points were strange. Now that he said this, they would all think that it was secretly arranged by the vice president. The students were all stunned. They didn't expect this youth to say such infuriating words. If they wanted to fight him, they would have to take out treasures. If they couldn't take out treasures, he would report them to the vice president. This was too shameless. "How about it? If you don't have the guts, then I'll leave." As she spoke, she looked at the few female students who were blocking Yi Jing and revealed a charming smile. "Beautiful sisters, don't block my beautiful Yi Jing." The female students were startled when they saw the youth looking at them. His charming eyes were like an intoxicating whirlpool, and they couldn't help but become infatuated. Yi Jing pursed her lips and smiled. She walked forward and naturally held Fengjiu's hand. "Let's go. I'll show you around. Next time, you'll know where this place is." As the others watched the two of them leave, they all looked at the leading heaven-ranked student. Seeing that he didn't say anything, they couldn't help but ask, "Senior Li, are we at our wits' end just like that?" The man surnamedly stared at Yi Jing holding the young man's hand and gritted his teeth. "Oomph. Taking out a treasure for him to attack? That's too easy on him. I'll go look for Senior Ouyang and the others. How dare he provoke junior sister Yi Jing, whom Senior Ouyang likes? This brat must be tired of living." Everyone's eyes lit up when they heard this. He wanted the top 10 geniuses of the academy to fight. In that case, even the vice president wouldn't say anything, right? If Senior Ouyang and the others were to make a move, this brat would definitely be taught a lesson. Thinking of this, their faces were filled with excitement. Fengjiu, who had left with Yi Jing, lowered her head and looked at her hand. She couldn't help but raise her eyebrows. She looked at Yi Jing and saw that she was also looking at her with a smile in her eyes. There was a glow in her eyes that she couldn't understand. They met many students along the way, but she didn't let go of her hand, which made her feel very strange. Why is this beauty Yi Jing so daring? Aren't you afraid of being misunderstood? Just as he was about to ask about it, a voice suddenly sounded from afar. "A Jing." Chapter 684. Hearing the voice, Yi Jing looked over and saw Bai Ruofei standing not far away. The smile on her face disappeared as she nodded lightly. "Ruofei." After greeting her, she turned to Fengjiu and said, "Let's go." Fengjiu looked at the two of them playfully and nodded, and he didn't say anything and walked forward with her. However, when they passed by Bai Ruofei, they saw her blocking Yi Jing's way. "Ah Jing, why have you been ignoring me recently?" Bai Ruofei said with a slight grievance as she tugged at Yi Jing's sleeve and shook it gently. "I've been busy recently," Yi Jing said. Although her expression was gentle as usual, the expression on her face was indifferent. She looked at the person in front of her and said softly, "If you don't have anything else, we'll leave first. I still have to show him around the lower spiritual academy." I don't have anything else to do. I'll go with you. She looked at Fengjiu and revealed a smile that she thought was sweet. You're Fengjiu, right? I'm by Ruofei. You can call me Ruofei or Xiaofei. Fengjiu looked at her with a trace of playfulness in his eyes. I think Little White Flower is more suitable for you. Ah. She was startled, not understanding what he meant. Fengjiu's smile deepened. In Little White Flower, a delicate and pitiful little white flower. Hearing this, and seeing the young man's enchanting eyes staring straight at her body, Bai Ruo Fei's face couldn't help but blush. Slightly lowering her eyes, her line of sight fell on the 7-colored glass feather at the young man's waist. There were rumors in the academy that this youth had a strong backer. Although no one knew how strong he was, it was true that he had a backer. Otherwise, he would have exchange for the rainbow glass feather that even the 10 great heavenly prides couldn't exchange for. Moreover, the vice-headmaster had personally gone to the pill department to find him and insisted on transferring him to the heaven-grade spiritual academy. It was said that he was the only one in the entire academy who occupied 2 departments. They were both students of the pill department and the spiritual academy. This was something that had never happened in Xingyun for so many years. When Yi Jing saw this, she only glanced at Fengjiu without saying a word. That day, it was Fengjiu who reminded her that made her pay attention. When she came back and thought about it carefully, she naturally felt that something was wrong. However, she did not expect that the person she regarded as a good sister would treat her like this. Recently, she had deliberately distanced herself from her. Jing and I are good sisters. Her friends are also my friends. If there's anything you need my help with in the spiritual academy in the future, just tell me. She revealed a sweet smile as she looked at the youth. Fengjiu glanced at the jade token on her waist. You're an Earth grade student, right? I heard that different grades will lead to different places to cultivate and learn. Is that true, Yi Jing? Yi Jing nodded his head. In Heaven grade is black jade, Earth grade is white jade, Xian grade is green jade, and Huang grade is yellow jade. Students of different levels are also differentiated differently. Heaven grade students are seed students and are all focused on training. Hearing this, Bai Ruofei's face turned from red to white. She looked at Yi Jing with some embarrassment and then lowered her head. I remember that I still have something to do. I want to accompany you, she said in a low voice and ran away with red eyes, as if she had been wronged. Fengjiu clicked his tongue. AI, this little white flower is about to cry. Do we bully her? I don't think so. She looked at Yi Jing and asked. Chapter 685. Yi Jing took her to familiarize herself with the academy. She told her about the different areas and the instructors of the heaven grade students. Finally, seeing that it was getting late, she said, That's all for today. Remember to come tomorrow morning. Instructor Liu has a class tomorrow. He mainly teaches us how to control our spiritual energy. This class is very important, so don't be late. I know. I'll go back first. She waved her hand as she spoke. Then, she removed the feather from her waist and tossed it aside before leaping onto it lightly. Just as she was about to leave, she seemed to have thought of something and jokingly asked, Oh right, Yi Jing, why are you so enthusiastic today? Aren't you afraid that I'll take advantage of you? You walked around with me today. Many students saw us. Aren't you afraid that there will be rumors about us? Hearing this, Yi Jing lightly laughed. What rumors could there be with you? Hurry up and go back. Fengjiu raised her eyebrows and laughed. Or did you think that my suggestion last time was good? You think that building a good relationship with me will make you my sister-in-law in the future? She paused and touched her chin. But you haven't met my brother yet, right? Yi Jing's face turned red. She spat. Don't talk nonsense. Hurry up and go back. All right. I'll go then. See you tomorrow. Yi Jing saw her laughing and waved her hand. Just as she was about to leave, she saw her turn around and glanced at her. What else do you want to say? I told you not to think too much. No. I just wanted to ask. You should be eating fasting pills like them, right? Other than the instructors, all the students eat fasting pills. Okay, I know. I'll bring you something to eat tomorrow morning. She winked at her, then left on the feather. She thought that she would go to the ovens tomorrow morning to get something to eat. In a courtyard on the main peak, Chun, dressed in white, was playing chess with the dean. Elder Guan has been looking for him for a long time. I didn't expect him to go to the alchemy department. I heard from Elder Guan that this kid's talent is extraordinary. But, haha, this kid's ability to cause trouble is not something that others can compare to. Hearing the dean's smiling words, Chun, who had just placed a piece, moved his eyes slightly. A trace of a smile flashed across his deep and calm eyes. That boy wasn't just a troublemaker. He would also sneak into the ovens to steal food. Is there any news about the person I'm looking for? Chun asked slowly. His voice was as calm as a spring, as indifferent as an immortal. Hearing this, the dean's hand, which was about to place a piece, paused. He looked up at him and asked, "Are you sure that person is really in the School of Stars and Clouds?" "Yes, if a master says it's here, then it must be here." But the dean frowned and said, "You don't even know the characteristics of that person. You only know that she's a 16-year-old girl. There are tens of thousands of 16-year-old girls in the Big Star Cloud. This kind of investigation will not yield any leads." The dean paused for a moment before asking, "What did your master say? Did he only tell you to come to Star Cloud and find a 16-year-old girl?" Hearing this, Chun looked up at the sky and said softly, "The star of the phoenix has appeared, and the deviant soul has entered the world. She came from beyond the heavens and broke through the 8 extremes of heaven. She will become the ruler of the world." After he finished speaking, he was silent for a long time. Just as the dean was wondering what he meant, Chun looked at him and said, "These are my master's exact words. This person must be found." Chapter 686. At this moment, they would never have thought that the girl they were looking for would actually disguise herself as a boy and sneak into the Academy of Stars and Clouds, avoiding the ears of everyone. Furthermore, she had already met Chun. The next morning, Feng Jiu went to the ovens to grab some things. She sat on Flying Feather and headed for the Spiritual Academy. When she found Yi Jing, she pulled her to a secluded place and handed her a bag of steaming buns. "Here, I brought these for you." She gestured and stuffed the bag of buns into her hands. When Yi Jing saw the steaming buns, she was stunned. Her eyes widened. You went to the ovens to steal these." Feng Jiu quickly covered her mouth and looked around. "Keep your voice down. Don't let anyone hear you." "What do you mean, steal? I just want to get them." Yi Jing slapped her hand away. "You're too bold. If you get caught, you'll be severely punished. Hurry up and eat. Once you're done, no one will know." She smiled. Hearing this, Yi Jing had no choice but to pick up one and eat it. She handed the rest to her. "Hurry up and help me eat. I've already eaten." There were dozens of buns in the steamer, but she had eaten and taken a lot of them. "You eat. I'll keep a lookout for you," she said, looking around to prevent anyone from coming over. This was the first time she had encountered such a thing, so she was both curious and nervous. They were obviously hot and fragrant buns, but Yi Jing couldn't taste anything. She finished the buns in a few bites and took out a handkerchief to wipe the corners of her mouth. "Yi Jing, when did you find out?" She raised her eyebrows and looked at Yi Jing, who was wiping her mouth. "Find out what?" She pulled up her sleeves and sniffed to see if there was any smell of buns. She didn't even raise her head. "Stop pretending. If you didn't know, why would you dare to come near me so openly?" Hearing this, Yi Jing was stunned. She raised her head and looked at her. Then she smiled. "When I got back, I felt that something was wrong. After thinking about it, I guessed it." "How did you guess?" She didn't show any signs of being a woman. "So how did she know?" "I can't tell from your actions and expressions, but your hands are very soft." They're not a man's hands, and that her voice paused, and her gaze fell on her earlobes. "Although you've disguised yourself, when you came close to me that day, I noticed your ear piercings and a bit of a woman's body fragrance." Hearing that, Feng Jiu was enlightened. No wonder. However, so many people did not notice, but she noticed these small details. It can only be said that she was really attentive. However, I was only guessing. If you let me touch it, perhaps I could be more certain. Her gaze fell on Feng Jiu's flat chest, as she said with a smile. When Feng Jiu heard this, he immediately came back to his senses. He instinctively crossed his arms over his chest and glared. He scolded with a smile, "Don't even think about it. It's all right. I'll find another opportunity in the future, Yi Jing said with a smile. Looking at her androgynous face, she sighed softly in her heart. Only the heavens knew how shocked she was when she had this guess. She felt that it was impossible. After all, a woman's words and actions could not be so carefree and unrestrained. It was impossible for her to be so seductive and wanton. Yet she did it. Chapter 687. The two of them headed to the training grounds together, because it was a lesson on how to use spiritual power to control attributes. Other than a few students who were cultivating in seclusion, many heaven-ranked students were already waiting at the venue. Look, that Fengjiu is here. He's the first one to become a heaven-ranked student without taking the test. Yi Jing is quite close to him. Yi Jing is the woman that Senior Ouyang likes. Who in the entire academy doesn't know? This kid dares to be so close to her. He really doesn't care about Senior Ouyang. Hasn't Senior Ouyang been cultivating in seclusion recently? He probably doesn't know about the recent events. We'll know soon enough. Fengjiu and Yi Jing came together. Before they even got close, they could hear the whispers of the students. Seeing this, Fengjiu raised his eyebrows and smiled at Yi Jing. You have a lot of admirers. What if they're all targeting me? Yi Jing pursed her lips and smiled. Even if they didn't, they would still target you. Who told you to become a heaven-ranked student without taking the test? This has nothing to do with me. It's all the vice president's idea. I feel quite wronged. You're still acting innocent after taking advantage of me. She chuckled and brought him to the side to wait. She didn't stand with the others so that the other students wouldn't pick a fight with Fengjiu. More and more students came one after another. When they arrived, they all glanced at Fengjiu with contempt and disdain. It was obvious that they all felt that this person didn't have any ability and relied on the vice president to get in. There are only 200 heaven-ranked students. Fengjiu glanced around and saw that there were less than 300 heaven-ranked students. Only? Yi Jing glanced at him and said, Do you know what kind of test one has to go through to become a heaven-ranked student? Every one of them here is equivalent to 10 earth-ranked students. Fengjiu only glanced at the students' spiritual power ranks. They were all great spirit masters, with most of them being first-stage great spirit masters. The highest was only a third-stage great spirit master student. As for Yi Jing, she was also a third-stage great spirit master student. To be honest, the strength of a third-stage great spiritual master was indeed quite outstanding for a student. After all, foundation establishment cultivators were generally several decades old. Of course, people like Hui Lang were different. The place where they were born was different from theirs. Coupled with the fact that they were all selected and nurtured with the help of medicinal pills, advancing to the Golden Core realm was naturally not a difficult task for them. However, in this place, even if it was a person from first-class country, wanting to enter the Gold Core stage and become a Gold Core cultivator in their 20s could be said to be extremely rare. To be able to do so, in addition to being a prodigy, one would also need to have the support of medicinal pills. Otherwise, how could it be so easy to enter the Gold Core stage? It should be known that the majority of cultivators died while advancing to the Golden Core realm. Don't say any more. Teacher Liu is here. He hates it when students don't follow the rules in his class. She pulled them to the front of the students, and they all stood side by side, looking at the middle-aged teacher who was walking over with his hands behind his back. Fengjiu saw that the originally noisy scene had quietened down because of the teacher's arrival. He couldn't help but look at the teacher, sizing him up without batting an eyelid. Today, we are going to talk about the control of the 5 elements in the body. You all. Chapter 688. You're Fengjiu, right? He looked at the youth and asked. After recognizing that he was the youth that the vice-headmaster had mentioned, his gaze swept over him, but he was a bit surprised. He couldn't sense the slightest bit of spiritual energy from the youth. Was he hiding it? Puzzled, he used his divine sense to probe the youth's strength, but what he didn't expect was that his divine sense couldn't detect the youth's spiritual energy cultivation. He couldn't help but take this seriously. Hello, teacher, I'm Fengjiu. She stepped forward and respectfully bowed. Seeing this, Teacher Liu nodded and asked, What attribute is your spiritual energy? His voice paused. Then he said, I heard that you're a student of the alchemy department. Since that's the case, it must be of the fire attribute. Is it a single fire attribute spiritual root? Or is there something else? This. She thought for a bit, then said, I don't think I've tested it before, so I forgot. Hearing this, Teacher Lu was startled. Then you didn't test it before when you cultivated spiritual energy? Even your family should have it, right? Could it be that your teacher didn't mention it? Fengjiu smiled embarrassedly. I've always only cultivated spiritual energy. Before, I didn't have a teacher to guide me, so I cultivated on my own. Hearing Fengjiu's words, the students behind her were all stunned. Even Teacher Lu's eyes widened in astonishment. No teacher to guide you? Your grade is. Without a teacher to guide him, how could he not go berserk? What kind of heaven-defying luck did this youth have? Seeing that the teacher was staring at her with wide eyes, Fengjiu scratched her head. That's right. I cultivated according to the Qi drawing technique, and as I cultivated, I became a great spiritual master. She really didn't know how to control her spiritual energy's attribute. When she fought with others, she mostly used her profound energy. The most she used her spiritual energy was the fire attribute spiritual energy in her body to refine pills. However, the little fire phoenix that she contracted had an ancient divine flame, so she didn't understand it. In any case, she had always used her spiritual energy according to her heart's desire and hadn't seen any major problems. Moreover, she hadn't cultivated spiritual energy for long. It was only because she had a profound spiritual body that her spiritual energy's grade rose quickly. When the students behind him heard his words, their faces flushed red and their eyes turned red. After a long while, they squeezed out 2 words, pervert. What did it mean to become a great spirit master while practicing? Which one of these heaven-grade students wasn't carefully nurtured by their families and guided by famous teachers? This brat actually said that he became a great spirit master while practicing by himself. Was this a blow to them? Director Lu was also stunned and speechless at this moment. He had taught so many talented students, but he had never met someone like this youth who had become a great spirit master without anyone's guidance. The fact that he didn't go astray during his advancement really made everyone break out in cold sweat. Yijing was also slightly surprised. She had thought that Fengjiu was at most a spiritual master. After all, she had been chased by her on the streets and had no chance to fight back. However, when she heard the following words, even her expression became strange. That, Fengjiu, did you just become a great spirit master not long ago? What is your great spirit master grade? Teacher Lu's eyes were filled with anticipation as he stared at Fengjiu and asked again. He really couldn't see through this youth. This. Chapter 689. Hearing this, everyone had different expressions. Embarrassed to say it? Why would he be embarrassed to say it? No matter what, he had already entered the rank of Great Spirit Master. Even if he was only a first-stage Great Spirit Master, there was nothing to be embarrassed about. It's fine. Say it. If you say it, I'll know what rank your strength has reached and what cultivation method suits you. Instructor Lu said with a smile and looked at the embarrassed youth with an encouraging gaze. You don't need to feel embarrassed. The students here have all gone through more than 10 years of cultivation. Their clans have focused on nurturing them, guided by famous teachers and supplemented by medicinal pills to reach the strength of 1st to 3rd stage Great Spirit Master. For you to be able to cultivate to Great Spirit Master is already very. I'm currently a peak Great Spirit Master. Before he finished speaking, he heard the youth say that he was a Great Spirit Master after looking at the surrounding people. When he heard that, he was completely stunned and didn't come back to his senses for a while. The surrounding people were the same. They were all stunned and stared at the youth in disbelief, thinking they had misheard. What did you just say? What rank? Instructor Lu asked with a slight stutter. Peak Great Spirit Master. I'm only waiting for an opportunity to reach Foundation Establishment. She smiled and looked at Instructor Lu, who had widened his eyes in hindsight. The surroundings instantly became quiet, and the atmosphere stagnated as if it had frozen. Only the faint rustling of leaves could be heard faintly. Fengjiu looked at the wide-eyed students and revealed an embarrassed smile. She said innocently, "I told you. I'm really embarrassed to say it. I'm afraid of hurting you." Really? Everyone opened their mouths, but couldn't say anything for a long time. They were indeed hurt. Just as Instructor Lu said, they were all disciples that their clans focused on nurturing. However, compared to this abnormal person, they simply couldn't compare. Yi Jing looked at Feng Jiao with a strange expression. It turned out that Feng Jiao was giving in to her on the street. She really thought that Feng Jiao wasn't her opponent. She didn't expect that Feng Jiao was already a cultivator at the peak of Great Spiritual Master. Peak Great Spirit Master, only a step away from Foundation Establishment. Her strength wasn't something they could compare to. Looking at the entire Academy's heaven-ranked students, there wasn't a single one of them who had reached peak Great Spirit Master. At this moment, she finally understood why the Vice Dean had tried so hard to get her to join the pill department. It wasn't just her. Even Director Liu and the other students finally understood why Feng Jiao had given him such preferential treatment. With such strength and talent, he really needed to be nurtured. Perhaps, in the future, he might even have the chance to compete for the hidden dragon ranking of the various academies, allowing Star Cloud to stand out from the rest of the academies. Thinking of this, everyone's breathing became heavy. As one of the seeded students of the School of Stars and Clouds, he naturally knew about the Hidden Dragon ranking. In the previous Hidden Dragon ranking, no one from the Star Cloud Academy made it into the rankings. But if it was the next Hidden Dragon ranking, everyone's gazes involuntarily landed on the green-robed youth. If it was him, would there really be such a possibility? However, he was merely a new student. Could it be that he really had the ability to compete for the Hidden Dragon rankings? Thinking of this, everyone had different expressions. In the end, they just didn't believe that this Feng Jiao was really that powerful. Chapter 690. Seeing Teacher Liu take out a testing instrument, Feng Jiao paused for a moment before walking forward. "Come, place your hand on it and inject your spirit energy into it," Teacher Liu said as he looked at the youth in front of him with anticipation. He was very curious. What attribute did this youth have? Could it be a single fire attribute spirit root? With his talent and cultivation speed, the possibility of him having a heavenly spirit root was higher. Only spirit cultivators with heavenly spirit roots could cultivate faster than others. Take these seeded students, for example. Each of them had a single heavenly spirit root. Otherwise, it would be impossible for them to reach the level of a great spirit master in their teens or 20s. When the other students saw Teacher Liu take out the testing instrument, they couldn't help but gather around. They also wanted to know what attribute Feng Jiao had. However, since he could refine pills, his body should have a fire attribute. Could it be a single fire attribute? Yi Jing stood beside Feng Jiao. When she saw her place her hand on the testing instrument and inject her spirit energy, she couldn't help but hold her breath as she became nervous. Compared to their nervousness and anticipation, Feng Jiao didn't feel anything. Her master said that she had a profound spirit body, so her cultivation speed was 10 times faster than others. As for the attribute of her spirit root, he didn't say anything. Obviously, as long as she cultivated her spirit energy well, controlling her attribute shouldn't be a problem. Therefore, she wasn't worried at all about the attribute of her spirit root. When she instilled her spirit energy and saw a flame appear on the testing instrument, she thought that she had to bring a testing instrument back to the Phoenix Dynasty. This way, they could also test if she had spirit roots. Look, it's a fire attribute. He has a single fire attribute. Before a student could finish his words, he saw a small whirlpool appear on the tester again. The whirlpool formed a gust of wind that appeared, causing everyone to be stunned. Wind attribute? He also has a wind attribute? Hiss. No. Look, that's a wood attribute. Amidst the exclamations, a green life force formed and the attribute of a tree appeared. This time, everyone was silent as they all widened their eyes in astonishment. As the verdant wood element appeared, the gold element and water element appeared one after another. Finally, even the earth element appeared. Seeing this, everyone felt their hearts beating wildly. Finally, when they saw the 5 elements appear, none of them stood out. Instead, the 5 elements were evenly distributed. Everyone was speechless. Who said that he was a ghost? Who said that he was a pervert? He was clearly a trash of the 5 elements. Seeing everyone staring at her, as if they had seen a ghost, Fengjiu withdrew her hand. She didn't feel that there was anything wrong with the 5 attributes. At least, others could only use one attribute, but she could use all 5. Teacher Lu. Seeing the teacher in front of her was looking at her with pity, Fengjiu asked. Sigh. Teacher Lu sighed. Looking at the youth in front of her, she said, What a pity, what a pity. The 5 elements attribute is the worst spirit root among spirit cultivators. It is also known as a mixed spirit root. Not to mention the slow cultivation, it will be difficult for you to enter the foundation establishment stage. What a pity, what a pity. Chapter 691. Hearing this, Fengjiu's eyes flashed, and a trace of surprise flashed across his eyes. The worst spirit root? It seemed that even Director Lu didn't know that the 5-element spirit root was the earliest spirit root to appear in cultivation. It was also known as the chaos spirit root. She had read in the ancient records that the chaos spirit root was the beginning of spirit roots. It had the 5 elements of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. However, because it wasn't easy to control the 5 elements in a body, it was also more difficult to cultivate the 5 elements. Therefore, it was also known as the mixed spirit root. Later on, after some changes, the number of spiritual roots decreased and the number of spiritual roots decreased. This was because there was only one element in the body, and it was easier to control one element. However, if the Chaos spiritual roots were to be cultivated with the Chaos Heart Sutra, they would complement each other, and all 5 elements could be cultivated. She closed her eyes and hid the light in her eyes. This was the same as her profound spirit body. It was indeed unknown to others, since they mistook it as a mixed spirit root. Then it was a mixed spirit root. I thought he was really a genius, but it turns out he's just a waste. So what if he cultivated quickly in the early stages? It's useless if he can't build his foundation. Even if he's lucky enough to build his foundation, he won't be able to pass the golden core stage. He'll be like this for the rest of his life. That's right. We cultivators live for the Tao of immortality. How can we stop at a mere foundation establishment with supreme cultivation? Hey, you guys don't know, right? I've checked. This kid is from a 9th-ranked country. How powerful can he be? What? The lowest 9th-ranked country? Why didn't you say so earlier? You made me look forward to it. I want to say it, but he said he was a peak great spiritual master. I was stunned for a moment and thought there was a mistake. Peak great spiritual master? I don't know what kind of cultivation method this kid is cultivating. Even the teachers can't see his cultivation level. He has the 5 elements mixed spirit root. He might not even be a great spiritual master. And that's also possible. Otherwise, why do you think he went to the pill department? That pill department is almost abandoned. They don't accept a single student all year round. Only a fool would go there. Shut up. Yi Jing's face turned cold as she shouted. When she saw Fengjiu lowering his head, she felt a little uncomfortable. When the other students saw that it was Yi Jing, all of them moved their mouths but didn't argue with her. Hence, the mocking voices also stopped. Fengjiu lowered her eyes as she listened to the mockery and Yi Jing's angry roar. She couldn't help but smile. She looked up at Yi Jing and gave her a smile, meaning, I'm fine. All right. Let's stop talking. Let's start the class. Today, we'll teach you how to use the attributes in your body. Director LV said as he gestured for everyone to quiet down. He then began to talk about how to use and cultivate the 5 elements after class. Director Lu was about to leave when Fengjiu called out to him, Mentor, is there anything else? Director Lu looked at Fengjiu with an unconcealable look of regret. Instructor, you were talking about the control of a single spiritual root. Then, for someone like me, shouldn't I first classify the 5 types of spiritual energies in my body into 5 types? Chapter 692. Hearing this, Fengjiu smiled and respectfully bowed to him. Thank you for your guidance, teacher. I understand. Director Lu nodded and turned to leave. Fengjiu. Yi Jing looked at her with worry in her eyes. Seeing this, Feng couldn't help but chuckle. What are you worried about? Are you worried that I have mixed spiritual roots and can't establish my foundation? Don't forget that my current cultivation is higher than yours. Seeing that Mo Tianga's expression didn't change and that she wasn't dispirited because of her mixed spiritual roots, Mo Tianga's worried heart finally relaxed. The world is so big, there will always be fated chances. Even if you have mixed spiritual roots, maybe you'll still have the chance to build your foundation or even enter the gold core realm in the future. Yes, the world is so big, I want to see it. She narrowed her eyes and looked at the sky. In the distant sky city and the 8 great empires, there was one person who had a 10-year promise with her. A 10-year promise? Would she let her stay in one of these countries for 10 years? The answer was no. In the following days, the news of Feng having a hybrid spiritual root quickly spread. If it was someone else, the students of the academy wouldn't have paid so much attention to it. However, it was Feng who had exchanged for the rainbow-glazed feather the moment he entered the academy. Feng had also caused the people of the profound department to suffer a loss without being able to do anything about it. It was Feng who was highly regarded by the vice-headmaster and was even transferred to the heaven-ranked spiritual academy when he was still a student of the alchemy department. His every move was under the attention of everyone. However, when the news spread, everyone rejoiced in his misfortune. At this time, Feng didn't go to the spiritual academy after reporting to the academy and attending a class the next day. She was busy with her own cultivation and didn't have time to inquire about the outside world. Guanxilin also didn't come out of the profound tower, but on this day, Xiao Yihan came. Little brother Feng? Little brother Feng? He shouted from outside the cave. At the same time, he looked at the holy beast-level big black bear guarding outside the cave with a look of surprise. During this period of time, he had heard many things about Feng. He had also heard that in addition to a strange horse and a meatball-like pet, he also had a particularly frightening big black bear. As a result, those who wanted to cause trouble for him did not dare to provoke him when he was hiding in his cave residence. Yes, that's right. Feng had not been seen around the academy recently. Everyone said that he was hiding and did not dare to show his face. Brother Xiao? Feng opened the barrier and walked out. He was somewhat surprised by Xiao Chen's arrival. Why are you here? What? Can't I come? He smiled and said, I just came back from mission. I heard that you were here, so I came to drink with you. Look, I even brought roast chicken. He took out 2 packets of roast chicken from his space and said with a smile. Seeing this, Feng wanted to invite him into the cave residence, who knew that he would wave his hand and say, the 2 of us are not outsiders. Come, come, come. Let's drink under the tree. Hearing this, she couldn't help but smile. They went to the grass under the tree and sat on the ground. You don't know, right? I'm also a heaven-ranked student of the spiritual academy. However, I wasn't there on the day you attended the class, so I didn't meet you. After that, I received a mission and went out. This time, I came back to find you. Chapter 693. Hearing this, Feng smiled. Okay, I'll remember it. She raised her wine bowl and gave him a deep look. Brother Xiao, this is to you. This is to you. Even when everyone was avoiding me, you still didn't give up and invited me to drink. This is to you. Even though we're just acquaintances, you still dared to stand up for me. I, Feng will remember this kindness. Ah, come, cheers. He laughed loudly, raised his bowl, and downed it in one gulp. The 2 of them drank and ate under the tree, chatting happily. On the other side, the 3 beasties were lying on the grass, swallowing their saliva as they watched. On the other side, the dean was sipping tea with the vice-dean and Mo-chun. The dean and the vice-dean were talking about recent events in the academy, while Mo-chun was quietly listening. I really didn't expect this. Feng strength is so outstanding, and his speed of advancement is also extraordinary. How could he have a 5-elements hybrid spirit root? The vice-dean shook his head, somewhat unable to accept this fact. Perhaps he encountered some good fortune. Otherwise, how could he advance so quickly? You and I both know that 5-elements hybrid spirit root is difficult to reach foundation establishment. In this lifetime, I'm afraid he'll be stuck at great spirit master level. As the dean spoke, he lightly sipped his tea. I don't want to believe it. Such a good seedling. As far as I know, 5-element spiritual roots are also chaos spiritual roots. Hearing this, the vice dean looked at Mo-chan, who was lightly sipping his tea. Chaos spiritual roots? That's right. I remember now. 5 elements spiritual roots are indeed chaos spiritual roots. That's the ancestor of all spiritual roots. However, after many years of evolution, 5 elements spiritual roots rarely appear. Most of them are single or dual spiritual roots. Because 5-element spiritual roots are extremely slow to cultivate, they gradually became known as hybrid spirit roots, or trash spirit roots. As the dean spoke, he looked at Mo-chan and said, "This matter happened a long time ago." "How did you know?" "I've seen it in ancient records. I've also asked Master before. Master once said that those with chaos spiritual roots are people blessed by the heavens." He lightly tasted the tea, his voice indifferent and slow. But in his mind, he was thinking about the smiling face of that young man. If he knew that he had the 5-element spiritual roots, would he really do as those students said and hide inside the school and not dare to go out? Although he didn't know him that well, he could tell that the young man's temperament was extraordinary. Rather than hiding away, he felt that it was more likely that the young man was thinking of a solution. Another few days passed. On this day, the instructors of the pharmaceutical department furiously sought out the dean and vice dean. "Why are you all so angry? What's going on?" The vice head looked at the furious instructors and was somewhat surprised. Could it be that someone had angered these instructors? "Headmaster, vice headmaster, this matter must be dealt with strictly. It must be investigated thoroughly," one of the instructors said angrily. What matter must be dealt with thoroughly? The dean was also surprised. "Headmaster, vice headmaster, there's a thief who stole spiritual herbs. The spiritual herbs of our Yao Peak have been stolen every few days. Even some of the spiritual fruits have been stolen. Some of the older spiritual ginsengs have all been pulled out. The most hateful thing is that some of the young spiritual ginsengs that are only the size of chopsticks have also been pulled out. This is destroying the roots of our Yao Peak. Who would be so bold? Who would dare to do such a thing?" The two of them were shocked. "Didn't you investigate? Didn't you take precautions?" Chapter 694. Hearing this, the dean and the vice dean looked at each other and pondered for a moment before asking, "What kind of elixirs were stolen? Did you list them? Did you check the contribution point section? Could it be that some students stole them and exchanged them for contribution points?" "We did, but there was nothing. Furthermore, the elixirs that were stolen were mixed, but most of them were spirit ginseng. Right now, there's less than a third of the spirit ginseng left in the Medicine Peak. We're worried that if this continues, the Academy's supply of spirit ginseng will be greatly reduced." Hearing this, the dean realized the seriousness of the problem and said to the vice dean, "Follow up on this matter. After seeing the situation, transfer a few people from the Spiritual Academy or the Profound Academy to guard this place. We must catch the person who stole the medicine." "Okay, I'll do it now." Elder Guan nodded and looked at the others. "What time does the thief usually steal the elixirs? Do you have any records?" "Yes, it's usually around mealtime," one of the teachers replied. "Mealtime?" The vice dean was startled and nodded. "That's right. Since the teachers are all eating, it's naturally the best time to take action." "Okay, I understand. You guys go back first. I'll go to the Spiritual Academy and Profound Academy to transfer a few people to the Medicine Peak." Hearing his words, the instructors were relieved. They nodded and left together. On the other side, after a period of cultivation, Fengjiu finally let out a sigh of relief after sorting out the 5 attributes in his body. He hadn't gone out for a long time, so he asked the 3 bees to look after the cave while he sat on Fei Yu to go to the Profound Academy to ask if her brother had come out of the Profound Tower. When she arrived at the Profound Academy, she saw the vice dean leading a few students from the Spiritual Academy. There were also a few students from the Profound Academy walking out. She couldn't be rude and stepped forward to greet them. "Vice Dean, oh, it's Fengjiu. Why are you here?" Elder Guan asked with a smile. Looking at this youth, his heart was filled with emotions. Since I had nothing to do, I decided to take a walk. Vice Headmaster, what are you going to do? She glanced at the students of the Spiritual Academy behind her. They were all heaven-ranked students, and the students of the Profound Academy were the same. Recently, Yao Peak's Spirit Herbs and Spirit Ginseng have been stolen. The instructors of Yao Peak came to me and the headmaster, so we decided to send a few students to keep an eye on the culprit and see who is so bold as to steal Spirit Herbs from Yao Peak. Oh, so that's how it is. In that case, I won't disturb you any further. She bowed and turned to the side. Once they were far away, she began to grow suspicious. Spirit Herbs and Spirit Ginseng were always stolen. His footsteps toward the Xian courtyard suddenly stopped, as if he had thought of something, and the corner of his mouth twitched. What had her three beasts been eating recently? No, I'd better go back and take a look. Immediately, she leaped onto the flying feather and quickly headed for the cave. When she arrived at the cave, she saw that only Little Black was guarding outside the cave. Lao Bai and Little Tunyon were nowhere to be seen. Seeing this, her heart thumped, and she knew that this was bad. Yao Peak and Elixir Peak were neighbors. If it was really those two fellows, then it was possible. With Tunyon's speed and Lao Bai's help, it was impossible for them to be discovered when they stole things. She sat on a flying feather and searched in the air, looking down from time to time. She was extremely anxious. Chapter 695. When she saw Lao Bai and Tunyon on the mountain path between Medicine Peak and Elixir Peak, she couldn't help but widen her eyes. It was really these two fellows who had done it. Seeing that there were already a few Spiritual Academy students patrolling the herb fields in front of Medicine Peak, her heart instantly jumped. She immediately flew down and headed towards the two beasts. When Lao Bai saw Fengjiu, he excitedly shook his ponytail and ran towards her. However, before he could get close, he was swept into space by Fengjiu's sleeve. Little Tunyon saw this and was about to speak, but was also swept into the space. After Fengjiu sent the two beasts into the space, she quickly retreated from the boundary of Medicine Peak and quietly returned to Elixir Peak. She then went back to the cave and let the two beasts out. How dare you? She angrily glared at the two beasts. Master! Little Tunyon lay down and didn't dare to raise his head. Hiss! Lao Bai also lay down and wagged his tail. The big black bear looked at them with its head tilted. It sat there in a daze and didn't know what was going on. You ate all the spiritual herbs that you stole? You went to Medicine Peak to steal spiritual herbs and didn't hand them in? You two fellows, how dare you? You're really bold. When Tunyon heard this, he was stunned and looked at his master, who was angrily scolding them. Master is angry because we didn't hand in the spiritual herbs, but we took them for ourselves? Thinking of this, Tunyon paused and said, Master, if you want the spiritual ginseng, I can go and pluck it again. Pluck your head. Fengjiu slapped its head. Don't you know that even the vice house head was alerted by this matter? If I didn't bring you back just now, you have been caught. If that happened, even I would be in trouble. Tunyon shrunk its head and said softly, But Master, there's nothing here that we can eat. Only Medicine Peak has it. You guys can't go to this Medicine Peak anymore. You guys obediently guard the cave and don't let anyone disturb you. I'll go refine some pills for you guys. She still had a lot of spiritual herbs in her space, so she could use them to practice. Her master was right. The cultivation speed of a profound spirit body was indeed more than 10 times faster than that of others. In addition, she had the help of the Chaotic Heart Sutra. In less than 10 days, she was able to control and categorize the 5 elements in her body. Now, every day when she cultivated, she would separate a wisp of spiritual energy to warm up the green lotus in her dantian. Her spiritual aura had already reached the peak stage of a great spirit cultivator, and she only lacked an opportunity to reach foundation establishment. However, if she stayed in the academy, she was afraid that finding this opportunity would be very difficult. After a few days, she would find an opportunity to leave the academy and try her luck. After making arrangements for the 3 beasts, she entered the cave to refine pills. This was the first time she opened a furnace and refined pills in the cave. Under the protection of the barrier, her movements were extremely quiet. Almost no one outside knew that she was refining pills in the cave stone room. Fortunately, they didn't know. Otherwise, if the two instructors of the alchemy department saw this, they would definitely be so shocked that they wouldn't be able to speak. A student who had just entered the alchemy department for a few months could open the cauldron and refine pills as he pleased. From evening to early morning, he had refined nearly 10 bottles of level 1 medicinal pills for the three beasts. Chapter 696. On this day, Fengjiu sat on the flying feather and arrived at the missions office. He planned to pick a mission and leave the academy to earn some contribution points. However, just as he got off the flying feather, he saw the students around him pointing at him and whispering amongst themselves. She thought that they were talking about her Penta's spiritual roots again, so she did not take it to heart and continued to walk forward. However, as the students' voices grew louder and louder, it was obvious that they wanted her to hear them. She stopped in her tracks and looked at the students who were talking. "What did you just say?" Her voice was gentle with a hint of coldness that was hard to detect. Her handsome face no longer had its usual carefree attitude and was replaced with a cold expression that was rarely seen in the academy. Her face darkened, and the smile on her face disappeared. Her half-narrowed eyes were filled with a cold light, and the slight curve of her lips revealed a dangerous aura. Her voice was faint and soft, but it caused the surrounding people to instantly fall silent. No one in the academy had ever seen Fengjiu like this. It could even be said that ever since he had entered the academy, no one had ever seen this side of him. He did not have to be angry to show his power. His half-narrowed eyes carried a cold aura, and the faint smile on his lips made his entire aura change. This side of him made everyone feel that. He was dangerous. "What did you just say?" She took light steps and approached them step by step. Her voice was gentle and cold with a chill that caused one's heart to tremble. "Don't make me ask a third time. Otherwise, I have ways to make sure that you will never be able to speak again." Hearing this, they remembered that he was from the alchemy department and had once silently taken down dozens of students from the profound department. It was obvious that he was extremely proficient in using medicine. Thinking of this, the students couldn't help but take a step back. Cold sweat seeped out of their foreheads, and their voices trembled slightly. "No, it wasn't us who spread it. Everyone in the academy was saying it. We only heard about it." That's right. It wasn't us who spread the rumor that you forced yourself on Yi Jing." "Oh, then who spread it?" she asked softly with a smile on her face. However, that smile did not reach her eyes. To a woman, her reputation was more important than anything else. Yi Jing was from an aristocratic family, and there were rumors about her and her relationship with her. If they did not find out who was behind this, how could they maintain their reputation in the future? Forced himself on Yi Jing? Not only did the person who spread this rumor want to deal with her, he also wanted to destroy Yi Jing's reputation. She was really curious. Who was the one who did this? The student saw that Fengjiu was clearly smiling, but her smile was so strange and frightening. They couldn't help but say in a trembling voice, "How? How would we know who spread this? We also heard about it. Everyone in the academy knows about it in private." Hearing this, Fengjiu glanced at them, turned around, and walked towards the spiritual academy. Recently, if she was not cultivating, she was concocting pills and had not left the pill department. Furthermore, the pill department had sealed off all information. If she did not come to the mission office today, she would not have known that such a rumor had spread in the academy. When she arrived at Yi Jing's residence on the Flying Feather, she was informed that she had been summoned by a teacher. Thus, she headed towards the spiritual academy's teacher. However, she was stopped by a few students from the spiritual academy after walking for a short distance. Chapter 697. Glancing at them, Fengjiu did not refuse and walked with them to a courtyard. As soon as she entered, she saw that other than Instructor Liu, who she was familiar with, there were 4 other instructors, including Yi Jing. Fengjiu greets the instructors. She stepped forward and bowed. Then, she lifted her eyes and looked at Yi Jing. However, at this moment, an explosive shout came from one of the instructors. That shout was accompanied by a pressure that came from that instructor. "How dare you, Fengjiu? Do you know your crime? Hearing this, she raised her eyebrows and looked at the instructor calmly. She asked, "What do you mean by that?" "What do I mean? Don't you know?" The instructor snorted angrily. "Let me ask you, is the rumor in the academy true?" The instructors all said that it's a rumor in the academy. Since it's a rumor, it must be fake. How can it be true? She looked at Yi Jing and said, "Moreover, Yi Jing and I are quite familiar with each other. Shouldn't the two of us, who were involved in such a matter, know better?" Yi Jing's face was still full of anger. She looked at Feng Jiao and said, "I've explained this to the instructors, but they didn't believe me and insisted that you come here to deal with it strictly." "Yes, we have to deal with it strictly." Feng Jiao nodded. Under Yi Jing's astonished gaze, he continued, "It's one thing for this person to tarnish our reputation, but he's also tarnished the Academy's reputation. This matter must be dealt with strictly." Seeing this, the instructors were puzzled. Could it be that the rumor was not true? But if it was not true, why did it only spread to the two of them and no one else? "Feng Jiao, is this really just someone defaming both of you?" Instructor Liu asked with a frown. Although Feng Jiao had only attended one of his classes, he had a good impression of this young man. Based on his judgment, he could not be wrong. This young man was not that kind of person. Moreover, Yi Jing herself had said that there was no such thing. Thus, he really believed her. "Yes, there's no such thing. Yi Jing and I are friends. I wouldn't do such a thing. Besides, am I, Feng Jiao, that kind of person?" Hearing his words, Director Liu nodded. Indeed, in his opinion, Feng Jiao was not that kind of person. Therefore, he whispered a few words to a few mentors, and, just as he was about to put an end to this matter, the mentor from before angrily said, "If there was no such thing, how could it be spread? I heard that you and Yi Jing met before entering the academy. At that time, you even took advantage of her in front of everyone on the street. Do you dare say that this didn't happen?" Hearing this, Feng Jiao and Yi Jing looked at each other. If they didn't know who was spreading this rumor before, then after this teacher said this, the two of them could be said to be alone. There was only one person in the academy who knew about this and happened to be present. There was no one else. Feng Jiao was not surprised to know that it was the little white flower's doing, but Yi Jing was not. After all, they had known each other for many years, but now she was being treated like this. Just thinking about it made her feel bitterly disappointed. Chapter 698. Hearing this, Feng Jiao turned to look at the bad-tempered instructor. Seeing that his face was flushed red and he was glaring at her, blue veins were faintly visible on his neck, and his breathing was rapid and angry, she could not help but smile. "Instructor, you're sick." As soon as he said this, the other instructors were stunned. Then, they frowned and looked at Feng Jiao with disapproval. Even though that instructor had a bad temper, he was still an instructor. Saying that an instructor was sick was really lacking in student etiquette. Yi Jing's expression was also strange. However, she didn't think that Feng Jiao was lacking in student etiquette. Instead, she was curious as to why he would say such a thing. However, when the bad-tempered instructor heard this, it was as if he was about to explode. He released his suppressive aura and attacked Feng Jiao. His voice was like thunder as he roared, "Feng Jiao, you're too condescending, too impudent, too impudent. I'm going to report this to the Vice-Chancellor and expel you from the academy." "Instructor, don't be too angry. I'm serious. You really are sick. You need to be treated." She sighed and looked at the furious instructor, spitting saliva. She couldn't help but take a step back. At this moment, the other instructors noticed that the bad-tempered instructor's peak foundation establishment suppressive aura was attacking Feng Jiao. That suppressive aura almost enveloped the youth's body, but his expression didn't change at all. His expression was the same as before, and his eyes were smiling. Seeing this, the others were slightly startled. Some were surprised, and some were puzzled. Normally, foundation establishment cultivators were a level higher than great spiritual masters. However, this level was often a barrier that many cultivators couldn't cross. The difference in strength and suppressive aura of a foundation establishment cultivator was different. It was absolutely possible for a foundation establishment cultivator to crush a great spiritual master. The suppressive aura of a foundation establishment cultivator could also shock a great spiritual master to the spot, making the blood in their body boil and unable to speak. However, when it came to Fengjiu, why was it like this? Fengjiu, don't mess around, Instructor Lu said in a low voice, thinking that he was joking with the instructor. Hearing this, Fengjiu shrugged. All right, it's fine if you don't believe me. However, judging from the teacher's condition, he will definitely collapse within 3 days. Yu. The instructor was so angry that he started panting. If the two instructors beside him hadn't held him back, he would have rushed forward to teach Fengjiu a lesson. Old Lu, don't bicker with a child. Come. Sit down and drink some water. I'll ask him about this. Teacher Lu pulled the angry director Lu to the side and sat down. Then, he walked over to Fengjiu and Yijing. What do you two think of this matter? Do you have any plans? If someone is trying to defame you, then who is it? Do you have any evidence? Hearing Director Lu's words, the two of them looked at each other. Then, Fengjiu smiled and said, Director Lu, leave this to us. I will personally find the culprit. Seeing him say this, it was obvious that he had a plan in mind. So she asked, How long will it take? 1 day is enough, she said with a faint smile on her lips. All right then, I'll give you 1 day. You can leave now. If this matter isn't handled well, the two of you. He didn't continue, only reminding them. Yes, we know. Chapter 699. Before the instructor could get angry, she had already walked out with Yijing. When they were outside, they could still hear the other instructors comforting Instructor Lu. Why did you say that Instructor Lu is sick? Is he really sick? Yijing looked at her suspiciously. Hearing this, Fengjiu couldn't help but smile. She said helplessly, Yes, he really is sick, but he didn't believe me. She shook her head and didn't say anything else. She said, After you go back, it's best to keep an eye on that little white flower. I'll go look for you later. Hearing this, Yijing was startled. Aren't we going to look for her now? No rush. We have 1 day. I have to go back and prepare some things. She smiled. Her eyes flashed with a cold light. All right then. See you later, she said and left first. After she left, Fengjiu sat on Flying Feather and headed to the Pill Department's cave residence. On the other side, when Bai Ruofei found out that Fengjiu and Yijing were taken to the teaching room, her heart was in her mouth. She was excited and nervous. What would happen to them? Would they be expelled from the academy? Now that everyone in the academy saw them, they would definitely point fingers at them. Their reputations would be ruined. However, she wasn't lying. She clearly saw Fengjiu pounce on Yijing in the 10,000 Beast Mountain range. A withered flower still dares to put on a noble and virtuous appearance every day. Yijing, let's see how you can act noble and virtuous this time, she said hatefully. Her pretty face was distorted by the jealousy and hatred on her face, making her look exceptionally ugly. However, at this moment, Yijing's voice came from outside. Ruofei, are you there? When she heard this voice, she was shocked. She stood up in a panic and paused for a moment before walking out. She asked, Jing, is it you? Why are you here? As she spoke, she saw the white figure walking in from outside. Immediately, she revealed a sweet smile and went up to her. Jing, you're finally willing to come and find me. You've been ignoring me for a while, and I don't even have someone to talk to. Yijing walked in and looked at the woman with a sweet smile. Her eyes moved slightly. What have you been busy with recently? Didn't you go out for a walk? You're ignoring me. I've been cultivating recently and haven't gone out much. What's wrong? Her heart was slightly raised and her palms were soaked with sweat. Not really. It's just that I don't know what's going on recently. Rumors about me and Fengjiu have been spreading around the academy. As she spoke, she sat down at the table. Seeing that she was the only one in the courtyard, she asked, Where are the people who live with you? He's not here. In the academy, only heaven rank students could have their own small courtyard. Those below heaven rank would have a few people living in a small courtyard. They went out and haven't returned yet. As she spoke, she poured her a cup of tea and asked carefully, Jing, why did you think of looking for me? Can't I come to look for you? No, that's not what I meant, she hurriedly said. Looking at this woman with a gentle voice and an indifferent expression, she suddenly felt uncertain. She couldn't have suspected that she was the one who did those things outside, right? Just as she was thinking, she heard her say, "I came to look for you to ask. Do you know who started the rumors outside?"